That's right. That guy will never break into your house again. And you got gloves. That way you don't get blood on your hands. It's all coming full circle. High bounce balls. Then you pelt them with this high bounce ball. Here. I want to see how high bounces. Hey. That's fun. You ready? Hey, Sophie. Well, even through the plastic. Hey, Sornell. I haven't been live in a really long time. I don't know if anybody will even come in here or not. Hey, Rendo. Long time no see, girl. I'm glad you came in. Thank you. How are you? Let's see if I can. Hey, Cocoa Puff. You're working? Yeah, I've been to the casino today. I've not been home long. I haven't been live in so long, I nearly forgot how to do it for real. It's been a long time since I've been live, and I don't know if it's a good time of the day to go live or not. I didn't win anything. I had fun, but I didn't win anything. Hey, Becky. Hey, Jill. Hey, Crystal. I know, that's boo, but we had fun. Me and Gary went over there on Saturday, and I run into one of my friends over there, and I spent the night an extra night with her and came back with her today. Because it's about a 3-hour drive, so I can't even find nobody online to invite. I think everybody's got me blocked. What'd you think about the wedding yesterday? Yeah, I don't even really care though, Rando. You know, I don't care. Let them block me. What do you think about the wedding? Do you think it's all for show? They do deserve each other, Cocoa Puff. You're absolutely right. And I loved your post about his toes. That was hilarious. Hey, Brandy. Hey, Pam. Yeah, that was hilarious, Coco. I laughed. Hey, Tiger Lily. Y'all ain't been live in so long that I've just about forgot how to do it. I bet it's probably been longer than a month since I've been live. I just thought I guess got home and the hubby's across the road mowing the grass, and I thought, well, I'll go on for a few minutes and see what everybody's thoughts is about the wedding. I went to invite people, and I couldn't even see that anybody was online. I just figured everybody had me blocked for some reason. Bella, don't you start barking. Yeah, I do too. That- I mean, especially if they really did get married. Uh, where did I see they got married the day that the kids graduated from high school? I seen that somewhere. I don't know if it's true or not, but I did see it somewhere. Yes, that's where I seen it on Facebook. Tamara said that they got married the day the kids graduated. They eloped or whatever. Didn't really have to elope. They probably just went to the courthouse and done it or whatever. I know South Carolina's law is really crazy about that. I know, Tiger Lily, that's hilarious. But how can we not laugh about that? Just don't type it in. No, Bella. Bella, no. I just yeah. Bella, no. Wow, Cocoa Puff. They just be watching for all kinds of stuff and then some of the stuff that they actually let go. The store is coming along fine. We should be open within a couple weeks, and I will I will post a video about it if TikTok don't take it down and show y'all what it looks like on the inside. We've actually made it bigger this time. I'll be glad when it's open because he's been working us to death. Last week we got 19 pallets in, and that about killed us. Now anybody can come up that wants to. I don't have to sit up here and talk by myself. Y'all can come up. What? Okay, Tiger Lily, come on then. Tiger Lily, get your tail up here. Don't leave me up here by myself. The cute doggy's laying here beside me. I've been gone for 2 days, so she's not left my side since I've been home this afternoon. She's laying here trying to bark at something outside. Hmm. I'm sorry, guys. I told y'all I hadn't done this in so long. I forgot what I was doing.
Well, hello.
Hello, how are ya?
Doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Hey, Rando.
I just realized that it was 5:15, and that means my calls are shut off.
Yay.
So, hi Valerie. Hi Valerie. I don't see that it posted that I said hi back to you. And the birds are lively today.
They are lovely. Hey, Ruby Ann.
Yeah.
Hey, Henry. I don't know if he's still in here or not, but I seen him come in.
So, Miss Holly, how was your trip at the casino yesterday?
It was good. I didn't win anything, but we had fun.
That's the most important thing. Darn cat.
Yeah, we needed to just get away from here for a little while, this
Yeah.
day or
Is
so.
it far from where you live? Like a couple hours or?
It's about a 3 hour drive.
Oh wow, nice.
So we go over there. And they got like, let me see, one, two, three. They got about 6 casinos over there.
Wow, that's cool.
So we used to go there. My girlfriend, it was funny because me and the hubby was going over there because there's a Tanger Outlet Mall over there close to the casinos, and we was going to the Tanger Outlet Saturday, and we was going to spend the night over there. It's over there close to the casinos, and she called me. just after she texted me just after we left, she said, "Let's go on a spur of the moment road trip." I said, "Where you want to go?" She said, "Let's go to the casino." I said, "I'm on my way. You need to come on," because she lives on the other side of Alabama. So she come over there. I says, "We're going over there, and we don't even know where we're staying." She says, "I've done got a room. Y'all can stay with me." So it worked out good. So I stayed with her. Me and hubby stayed with her Saturday night, and then he come home yesterday, and I stayed another night with her, and we came home today.
Those are fun. I like those, the spur of the moment ones.
Absolutely. So
Well, it sounds.
I didn't. I
It's.
didn't win anything.
I haven't been to the casino in 25 years.
Oh wow. We go often, but I'm so tight that I won't spend much money. If I don't start hitting, I just put my money back in my pocket.
Yep. That's how I was. Like, I went in with an allotted amount, and I was absolutely not going to spend any more because I just did not. I don't want to part with my dollars. I worked hard to earn them. So.
Next, my sister's turning 60, so we've got my dad and them all coming flying in on the 17th for the weekend, and we're going Friday night for bingo, and then usually after bingo, which gets done around 10, then we go and hit the casinos.
Oh, fun!
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm looking
Nice.
forward to it.
You're gonna have to take pictures. I want to see pictures. Are you gonna take Oliver with you? I want to see him enjoying it too.
There's no way
I think you should. I think that you should do. There's a content creator on here, and he does BAP Cat. It's BAPCAT, and she looks like a Himalayan ragdoll, but she's short hair, so she's kind of got that Siamese, brown and the chocolate coloring. And he plays with the Cards Against Humanity cards, and you put in, like, he asks the cat questions, and she actually takes her paw and baps the card, and like chooses the answer. Cards Against Humanity cat.
Oh wow.
So, and then he reads it. And like today, I caught the end of the live. I was so excited. So I got to do one question because, of course, it's subscribers only. And this girl's like, what should I do this summer? And the cat baps the card and he flips it over and it says full frontal nudity. And he's like, well, at least you'll be tan. Like,
No,
that.
Oliver will just be, what do you call it, a cat studio where he's good photogenic on pictures.
Yeah, he is great.
Thank you for the heart, Tracy.
Hello, Tracy.
I think she needs to come on up here too.
I could pull her by the hair. Get over here, lady.
Come on up.
In Ohio one time.
I had to turn the TV down.
Yeah, who was in Ohio one time?
Hi, Tracy.
What? Hey, ladies. What are y'all doing on this wonderful Monday afternoon?
Chillaxing and scrolling, and Miss
Chillaxing.
Molly decided she's going to go live, so we all joined her.
All right. That's what
Yep.
we need to do.
And I realized it was late enough that I could actually come up. So here
So
I
isn't that
am.
great? Yeah, here we
Yeah.
are. Here we are. We're not blocked. We're not blocked. Hey.
There's a few people out there that still like me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, you're enjoying the rain. It's really nice here, but who knows? It could rain anytime. It's kind of warm.
Yeah,
here.
I mean, it's beautiful, actually. And I'm just thinking, today would have been the perfect day. I would have done my grocery pickup, but I'm a procrastinator, and I'll admit it. I didn't go do it.
Uh-oh.
I did not go get the food.
Oh, May. You'll probably wait till it's raining and go get it.
Probably. That's the best thing. Go get it in the
Hey,
rain.
Matt.
But there's
So,
always tomorrow to do things too. That's my motto.
right.
Yeah.
Why do today what you
Lily,
can put
if
off
you
to do until
only
tomorrow?
knew, I have pushed that theory for tomorrow till it's been about 3 years now.
So I'm gonna have I have to brag. Like we finally made it to I think 75 today. For the last week, it's been reminiscent of fall.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Val.
Yeah,
I
I don't
agree.
understand their weather up there. It's just like, it stays cold all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh no, it won't
you know,
be. It's coming.
what?
We're gonna have humidity and heat, and it's gonna be nasty, muggy, hot. But
Like Alabama?
I don't know because I was only there once, and I only went into the tip.
I hope you don't get humidity like Alabama gets.
Mm-mm. You be like holding I have to jump in a sprinkler or something. It's terrible. Ugh.
It's terrible. I mean, and you can't even walk outside and you feel like you need a shower. It's time for a
I
I
shower.
mean, we could.
living in Washington, I don't miss the humidity, but Mother Nature, she's like on something right now because what was it, last Wednesday for the first time we had 82. The next day it was pouring down rain. Then it was 70. The next day it rained. This week, let's see, it rained yesterday morning and then it got nice. And we're probably in the 70s for the rest of this week. So I
Well,
don't
we've
miss
had
the humidity.
our weird weather here too.
It's
Did
85 right here.
you get an umbrella? It's 85.
85.
Yeah, we might see that probably in July, August. That's
Oh,
usually
we'll be
when it's
Yeah,
our
it'll
hotter
be
than hell
100
months.
here by that time.
Yeah, I speak to say we'll be in the hundreds by then.
Mm-hmm.
It does, Val. There's nothing better than the smell right before it rains and then right after.
Unless you have a pasture with cows right next door to you, that's a whole different story
No.
right there.
You smell cow poop, right?
Yes. And then they start swatting flies, and here they come.
Horseflies
I was
suck.
just gonna say it's those big
Well, I
horse
mean,
flies.
horse flies are like ninja flies.
Yeah?
It was so funny.
Do they
Oh,
have
yeah.
little bandanas?
Well,
Cow
look,
patties.
you start running from them and slapping at them, you ain't got time to look for the bandanas.
It was so funny the other day. I was scrolling and someone's windshield had all those what do you call them? The love bugs that you get in Florida. And I was just like, I sent it to my daughter and I said, that is one thing I do not miss living in Washington. It's those little tiny bugs that just splatter all over your windshield.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll wash up with the weather up here, and they're just everywhere. And then
I
when you
can't-
can't slap them away. Ugh.
I can't stand June bugs.
Well,
And
you don't
stink
never see
bugs.
June bugs anymore.
They're like
Miss
extinct.
Holly.
No, it's,
No, you don't. They're extinct here now or something. I
Yeah,
guess
I mean,
Wait,
look,
what is
they've
a
sprayed
June
so
bug
much
to
of that
you?
stuff, they're gone.
they're green. A June bug does.
They're green, and we used to tie string to them and let them fly around.
Uh-huh. They're green. Their shell is green.
no.
Yeah, that's our June bugs.
No, June bugs are brown, hard, beetly things that stick
that's
to
a
your
beetle
screen
bug.
door.
That's a beetle
ours-
bug.
They're June bugs up here.
Well, you're
'Cause they
you're
only
up
come in
there is
June.
wrong.
You're
It's
going-
right for up here.
It's wrong.
What
That's
about
why we're up here and not down there.
What about lightning bugs?
I used to get
We
those
have like,
at work. Those are cool. My two stepsons would run all over the yard at night with little glass jars trying to get their little
Lightning bugs.
Yeah, getting
I
the
know
lightning
it.
bugs and their little butts sit there and just blink, 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 blink.
Yeah, and then I'd be mean and pinch it off and smear it on me so I'd glow.
Okay,
That's what
that's
happened.
true.
Now I know why you
Yep.
got blonde hair.
Yeah, no, that's silver. I have white hair, thank you very much. But, yeah, I was a mean kid, I guess. I don't know. I was really a nice kid, but, things change.
Our lightning bugs will happen usually around the end of June, beginning of July.
That would be June bugs. No, I'm just kidding, Rando. Stop. Oh, God. I love to aggravate that woman. Ooh, I love it.
Is that why you're having ice right now?
Look, did you hear? Look, I'm not crushing on my ice. I'm actually fixing my, what's her name? The coffee.
I don't
Kylie,
know.
Kylie Pitts. Is it Kylie Pitts? Kylie Coffee. Nescafe. Cold coffee.
You're making iced coffee. Just simple as that.
That is as simple as that. I'm making me some iced coffee because I need a little energy boost.
Yeah.
Listen, you are
Well-
from the South, and coffee is not supposed to be with ice. It's supposed to be hot.
Right.
You know
We'll
what?
be-
I used to drink hot coffee all day, but something happened. So I've
and
done
then
a
you had to
flip
go to
in
the bathroom?
No. It's like I flipped a switch or something.
See, we'll be on the phone, and
Yeah.
I'll be talking, and she'll run the grinder for the ice.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
say,
like-
hold on. It's gonna be noisy.
Rarely does she say, hold on. And I'm just like, okay, it's all right. Go ahead. You know, get you your drink.
Yeah, eat your drink. Well, I have crushed ice. I eat a lot of crushed ice. That's the only thing that cools my internal thermostat down.
I was going to say, are you anemic?
No, I'm not anemic. I'm hormonal. I'm an
As long as
internal
it's hormonal.
ferno. Internal ferno.
Fired up.
I'm a fiery Alabama woman.
Yes, you are. And you're a beautiful one at that.
Well, thank you. You're so sweet. I get my looks after my mama.
You plead the fifth. I like crushed ice too, but I don't know.
Well, I might
If
have
it's
my
not the
lemon
ice,
lime
it's her
beer
damn
salt,
wind
so
chimes.
it's not very good. Oh yeah, she hates my wind chimes are just blinging, and
I
she's
swear
like,
she stands everywhere she can in her house so there's extra noise and I can't hear.
well, I mean, it ain't like you didn't call me the other day, and we were both peeing on the toilet at the same time.
I know, because you're my best friend.
Yes, piss friend. That's right. That's a new word, Miss Holly. Tiger Lily,
Yeah.
we got a new word.
Yeah.
Piss friends.
Yep.
I'm like, "Flush."
Right. That's what matters. I mean, the flush happens.
Oh, I'm standing at the kitchen sink trying to clean up the mess I made.
I'm so glad y'all came here. I needed this.
Yeah, I've been thinking about going live too. I've got changes with my spiders.
Yeah, they're growing and shedding all that scale and hair or skin or whatever they do.
My purple one is turning purple.
I know, but which one? Now you named one after me, but you called it a crazy something.
Oh, that would have been the Brazilian white knee.
Why did you say no like that? Like she died? Did she die?
Say a Brazilian
No.
box when you said
No,
Brazilian.
yeah. Well, no, that's what it's called. It's the Brazilian white knee. That's the normal term because I couldn't say the scientific term to save
Yeah,
my
that
life.
almost sounds racist, but I'm not saying that. Sorry,
Well, no, that's what it's called.
but that's
because
that
the-
real
the
pretty one that's
knees-
got the little white knees or something on it.
Yeah, it's the one that Allie thought it was beans.
Yeah. That's the prettiest spider she has, by the way.
Thank
Yes,
you.
when we're on the phone, absolutely.
Yep, that's right. You just keep it like that. She's
Oh,
a mess.
mercy. Well, I don't think I'm going to make it through all 400 of these today, so we'll just go ahead and delete.
Bella, hush.
Here, puppy.
They heard me with the refrigerator door. Bella's, 6 pounds, but she's a Rottweiler.
She sounds like it.
I know. She sounds like a mechanical dog, actually. Her don't even sound like a real dog.
Or you could have like Miss Holly's dog, Miss Bella, and taking over the internet there the other day. That was so cute.
I know.
She is.
She's a mess.
She is the absolute cutest dog. I can't even, it's like having your favorite song or your favorite movie. Like, there's just too many. I don't have just one. I can't pick just one.
That's like me with Baby Ruth candy bars.
No, you can't just have one. It's a little different.
Well, now, I buy the little mini ones so that I feel like I'm getting a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as long as it's mini Baby Ruth and not mini Tootsie Rolls.
Oh God.
Girl, I love a Tootsie Roll too. What are you talking about? Wait a minute.
No, you don't want to know.
I don't know about the mini Tootsie Rolls.
Oh, Lord. Are you talking about dog poop?
It's someone.
No, we're talking about P. Diddy.
Right.
Oh, God. Yeah, now I know what you're talking about.
Look. Oh, you can kind of see
Hold on,
on
let
her
me get my
back
magnifying
leg.
glass.
That's what you want to do,
I know, really.
Well, there you
Let's
can
get
see
that
it.
magnifying glass out, Pete Diddy. Let me look.
All right.
Hey,
Cotton candy, sweet as gold. Let me see that Tootsie Roll.
Tootsie Roll.
Hello, Mindy.
Hey, Matthew. He's got that picture
might
now
just
with
have
his
to do the
armor
picture.
on.
I know. He's a good looking
there's
feller.
there's a mountain high legs right there.
There's 8 more over
That
here.
spider's legs is longer than mine.
That's the old outfit. I don't know. You're pretty short then. Are you and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids? I just want you to be able to see the stinking purple, for crying out loud.
I see it.
It's so
I see
pretty.
It. I see it.
You're just saying that. You're just saying that. You just want me to turn my camera off.
Oh.
I made it bigger so you can see it better.
Maybe that'll do it. We'll get it moving a little bit.
Show me.
No. You?
Yeah, me.
Okay.
Because that's the prettiest one in there.
I just spent my night the other night moving everybody around and organizing, cleaning up in here.
Oh, she jumped.
I know, she jumped right back in that little...
She said she's like me. She's a little jumpy.
Yeah.
Look at her.
Look how pretty. She's so beautiful. I mean, it's a pink and like khaki color and black.
See, those are my favorite colors.
Pink, khaki, and black?
Well, not black particularly, but I love pink. Pink is my color. Khaki's good. Khaki goes with anything. But I just love her
solid looking
colors.
food. That's just a solid
That's
looking
a tough
sweater.
looking
She's
chick
thick.
right there. She's tough.
Oh, she is. She's
She's thick where she
batshit
needs to
crazy.
be, kind of like me.
Yeah, she's batshit crazy. That's for sure.
That's why That's why it's me, batshit crazy.
Huh. Oh, she moved. She's going in her hide.
She's like, I ain't talking right now. I ain't doing this. Well, Miss
She
Holly,
molted.
how? Ooh, wow.
That's
Is that
Eljoy.
her? Joy.
Yep. It's because
So
she's a Honduran curly hair.
is that the real thing, or is that the thing she left behind?
No, that's the real thing. That's her.
Okay, yeah.
I think
I don't know exactly
hers
what I'm.
is.
I don't want to say what I'm going to say on here in case we get nanners or something.
I think hers is down in the hole because she came
See
out
what I'm
and was
saying?
like
That's
that.
exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying all that.
And well, this is one of my
Look at
new
that
ones.
one. That's her
She's-
acrobat, isn't it?
No, this is a
Ooh.
Carabiner Versacolor. Did you see the blue? See how blue?
Yeah, I see the blue. We can definitely see the blue.
That's one of my new ones. Well, I was just trying to make it so we could see you better, baby.
Baby,
I can't wait for this one to grow up. Look how pretty that blue is, though.
Yep, it is. I can't even see this. What?
What? You can't see that blue in there?
Yeah, oh yeah. I see it now. It's all caught up in a web.
Well, that's her home.
I know.
That's
It
her
was a
little
joke.
Heidi home. Uh-huh.
That
Look,
was
she
a
made a
joke.
Y, though. She made a Y. It comes down here and goes up.
I wonder why.
Because it's a girl?
Yep. She's
So-
saying, I'm revealing my gender.
See my little one in there?
I know.
Okay.
See, that's the baby, the little baby.
This is one of the chastities. Because we don't know how they're going to turn out. But that is a cross between the curly hair and... Let's go for a walk. Wait, how far do we have to walk? Where are you at?
Well, it depends on.
Over
Yeah,
there.
we were on the phone one night, and there was a big spider on my back patio. I said,
Look.
Randy, I hate to do this, but I got to take care of the spider.
But it's going to be a cross between this, the Tedacotl vagans,
It looks like a bat.
that one. Yes, this
Ooh,
is
look
the
at there.
absolute
Saying,
most beautiful red and black velvet. Like it's my favorite. It's one of my favorites. Hi, Kimmy.
Hey, Kimmy.
But it's going to
Yeah,
be
it looks
this
like that would be
and the
something
curly
that
hair.
would be along of a Elvis line of clothing.
Sure, them things can't get out.
And then
She's sure.
no, see, it's got a lock. See the lock on the lid on the top, right here.
Yep.
The
Okay.
lock
It's
and
locked.
the lid on the top.
But here, this one has been out so much. This is my Indian violet, and you really can't tell that it's violet unless it's a certain light. It looks dark. And,
Look at the webbing in that thing. Looks like he made it snow in there.
yeah. But
He's hormonal.
no, I don't know if this one's a male or a female. Like it's
Well, apparently,
can't ever see
he
it.
needs to get in position.
right, but it's a fossorial, so that means that it burrows, and that's why its situation looks like that.
My word.
Right. Now, this is my acrobat.
I love this one. She climbs up and all over the wall, and then she'll hang off the wall and like backwards. It reminds
No,
me of
this
one of
is-
those people. Go ahead. You make me mad.
This is my
What is the-
sarcastic
what?
acrobat.
Look,
No, this is
no.
the one that, look, it's got one leg up on the side. Like, look, Ma, look what I can do.
She propped up. She got a leg up, Rando. She got a leg up.
Right.
A bit like me. Can you help me and get me a leg up?
And this
Going
is my
after,
pink toe.
Stilettos.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait to see that one molt. But this is my pink toe. This is one of the only ones I would probably even put on my hand. Between that one and the one we just looked at.
You better make sure you got a 911 ready when you do that.
Oh,
too,
I've
'cause
already handled a pink toe.
Oh my God.
my toe is pink too, and nobody will touch it.
Do not touch the pink toe.
Oh Lord, we're on the toes again.
Oh,
Oh,
dear.
Well,
not those
at
toes,
least
girl.
these are
That's
tiny
sad.
toes. These are not long fingers of the non-law.
The
You can't
Nephilim.
see.
Damn
Right. All right.
reptilian shape
Those are
shifting.
those are Neffy toes.
Yeah. Niffa toe.
And actually, you see the little hole right here on the left of the screen, like in between that
Like
wood?
this really tiny right there.
Right
Take
there.
a point. Do you have a laser pointer?
I do not. I do
Oh.
not. But I literally watched her crawl through that yesterday. I was like, oh, wow. Okay. You see how big she is? She legit fit through that. And I'm like, oh, okay. I got it. I
She is
see.
big.
Yeah.
We're going to call her Bertha.
Nope. Bertha. I already got one named Bertha.
Is that the one with the big butt?
This is Bertha. That's Bertha. She's another one that's big and stout.
She tough. She tough broad.
Yep. And well, she's thick.
Well, what you mean
that
by
would-
thick? Just come around with it. Just say it.
She's a hefty. She's a hefty
She's a
spider.
heavyweight. She's a heavyweight.
Hold on.
You're a warrior.
My first favorite molted 2 days ago.
Yeah, she was all excited because several spiders kept molting, and then I thought, well, is it like females? You know, when you got 5 or 6 of them in there, they all end up on the
Look.
same.
She molted 2 days ago. See how pretty that red is on her knees?
You know, my knees are red like that.
No, they're not. If they are, you should probably get off of them.
I'm not even going to ask why you are on your knees.
I'm not even going to talk about it.
You're going to have to quit praying so much. That's all.
Quit falling and rolling on the ground. That's the problem.
That's my problem, too.
Easy getting
Oh,
down.
God,
hard
you
getting
have
back
no
up.
idea about Large Marge. I'm just saying, I can't go there. Why are my
Hi,
knees
Beth.
red? I don't know. I'm a red woman. I don't know what's going on. Stop it.
She's from Alabama. It's being in that dirt, that red clay dirt.
No, it's not.
She's a gardener.
Well, I used to be. I can't really do it anymore. I still have pavement in my knee from a bad wreck on a skateboard.
It happens.
Yeah, I
It's
took up
better
part of that pavement.
Then
I've got lead in my leg.
I guess it's better cement being in your knee than, something else that could be in there.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Just, y'all get your mind on something else. Like J.P. Miller's toes.
Oh, no. We're not going
No.
there.
Violated for that.
That is the weirdest looking set of feet, isn't it?
What the heck is that? I mean, I think
I was laughing so hard how all these, finally everybody was posting the pics with them. And then you go comment and then you get a violation for it. I laughed even harder for that.
Well, that's why I was scared to make too many comments because I just knew, well, here we go. I'll get a violation for a comment,
I have never on a comment I've never gotten a violation, and I was looking and I'm like, what is this? Why did I get violated? For what? I haven't done anything. And it said
you felt
and it showed
violated
my
just by
comment
looking at
for
them.
the toes.
I haven't been violated in years.
well, there you go.
That's another story to talk about later. That's a nighttime story.
All right.
I felt violated just by looking at his feet.
You know?
That one foot. I mean, his other toes aren't like the toes on that one foot.
And those slides.
I'm gonna tell you though, my heart for them babies, all of their kids, you know.
I know. I just this. It seems like you're watching a reality
Soap
show.
opera.
Well, actually, a
I
nightmare
was,
in real time, and it's just. I mean,
yeah.
it's nonstop, nonstop. It's just, it just keeps rolling, and new characters coming in and going out, and I'm just like over it. I'm ready to go over there myself.
I agree. It is really sad. And, especially for, like you said, with the children, both sides. I mean, well, I don't know about his side, but, for her. And, it's, I don't know. I just wish the Alphabet Boys would hurry up and we can move on
Yes.
from that.
Yes.
It would be nice. Isn't it blue? I want to think about it.
Look how pretty that thing is.
She's smart too.
There she is. My kid left for school this morning and she says bye-bye.
Oh, wow.
Have you seen that one guy? He's on at night. It's something, something like Creighton or something like that.
Yeah.
And his sloth just had a baby 2 days ago.
Oh, I wonder if the monkey had the baby yet too.
No, that's the only one, because he was on last night and everybody kept pestering him to go back in to see the baby, and he said he wouldn't because he doesn't want to stress out the mama.
Right. Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, he's got he just got 2 cats. He's got a Serval and then a F1 Savannah cat. And then he got some, what are those things called? They're outside. Quaddies. And he's got two sets of quaddies that he just got.
I know he's got several monkeys.
Yeah, but quaddies are kind of like monkeys too, and they're out by where his cats and stuff are. And he went out there not last night, but the night before to go feed them. And I was just like, dang, he's got 2 red ones, and then I forgot what he called the other 2.
But I need to find what he does for work, because I want to have animals like that too.
He lives in Alabama. So.
Yeah, he had to move to Alabama so that he could have these, because I guess the state he was living in would not allow him to have the exotic, so that's why he moved to Alabama, so that he could have these exotic animals.
Where is he? Where's he at?
Like, I want to have those exotic animals.
I want to stay close to Huntsville, over in that area somewhere. He's got like 102, something like that.
But the house is always clean, and it seems like all they do is take care of the animals. Like, that would be awesome.
But he works somewhere too, because he works. He's just getting in from work most of the time when he goes on the live. So he must work like a second job.
Second shift, maybe?
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know, but
I work a second shift.
You're working on the night shift.
Yeah, Skipper said he was going to buy a gentleman's club and put me to work in it.
You got to make it worth the money, that's all.
I told him, you can do what you want to. I've already got my brothel.
Well, I just thought the wedding thing was okay. I think he done it yesterday because he knew that them protesters would figure something out, and he knew that they would go down there and broadcast it all over social media. So I think that's why he done it yesterday.
Well, he didn't know half the people that were there anyway. They just busted me in, like bus them in at those
Right?
other events.
Well,
Yeah, and then had to help them off the bus.
Well, that's
Right.
true. And you should see the
J-
pastor that married him. He needed help getting off the beach.
Look,
Oh
did
my
you see
gosh.
what I said about him? They probably got him at the morgue.
Oh no.
I
Propped
did
him up like
notice
the
that.
weekend at Bernie's.
Yes. But
I did.
but the best one was what's her name that walked up there. Oh, how cute! How cute! And
Yeah.
Trisha, are you part of with those people? Oh no, I just love love.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I
That
thought
was
that
the
was
best.
Courtney. I was thinking that was Courtney. I don't know who it was.
No, because I'm sure she, that would
Well,
have been
you know,
a no-go.
yesterday morning the protesters were out. Obviously, like they do every Sunday, and they noticed that they were bringing in suitcases, and they're like suitcases, and that's where I think that Melissa and Allie knew
Hey,
what was
pretty
going
wife.
down.
Yeah.
Hey, Miss
Hello.
Pretty's wife.
Yeah, they got suspicious, and I think that's why they done it that way. So they knew that the protesters would figure it out and follow them over, and it would be broadcast out. I think it's. I still don't think she's his type, y'all. I still don't.
I'm with you on that. It's
Didn't he even
weird.
say that one time that she wasn't his type?
Yes.
Well,
But look at the
I'm,
women he's been married to.
he
And
has a type.
it's dark-headed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's nothing like any of the ones that we've seen them be around or whatever.
I wonder how long until she dyes her hair.
Or she
I
dies.
thought you were going to say something else. Oh, yeah. Miss Holly said it. There it went. It flew right out of her mouth.
Oh, before I could catch it. Oops.
I mean, I already made that was one of the first comments I've made. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing victim number, who knows?
Yeah,
55.
Could be.
that's
I
true.
noticed Papa Miller was having some struggles navigating the sand too
Look what
in
Valerie.
the video.
They will honeymoon in Vietnam, so
Honeymoon in Vietnam so they won't be extradited.
yeah,
Really?
Yeah, but you got to remember, JP don't like to fly.
yeah, he sure don't.
Well, why
He
have you
doesn't
got a
like to
plane?
fly.
But because he's got a small wee wee.
Him and Diddy
Well,
have
that
something
has
in
nothing to
common, I
do with
guess.
flying. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
Ann
it
was
does.
on
That's to
live,
make.
and I said, "Go ahead,
Come on
Rando."
now. Come on now.
What?
Come on. It has nothing to do with this. Please. Then why do we have men rolling around here in giant trucks and are barely 5 foot tall? It's
Oh
little
yeah,
man syndrome.
oh yeah, oh I know. That's like 75-year-old men buying a Porsche, convertible top or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Now you made me lose concentration. I was going to tell you something. And I forgot what it was.
Make you lose
Dang.
anything. You didn't. You lost it before I come along.
Dang it. I can't remember anything.
Take 3 steps back from where you were.
That ain't gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I wasn't even anywhere when I thought about it. I was right here. Well, forget it. It'll come back to me later.
Well, supposedly, it's
All right.
rumor is that they're in Maryland right now for their honeymoon.
What's in Maryland?
Gee,
I don't. Well, isn't that close to where her family lives? I believe. I'm not sure.
I thought Virginia was for lovers.
I thought she was moving to Virginia.
Yeah, that's what I thought she was from.
Well, she did. Her house. She took it off the market, so it didn't sell. So she did take it off the market.
Oh,
We thought it did
Oh.
No, it
condo.
didn't sell. No, it got taken off the market. It has
The
some
sale fell
revisions or
through.
something on it, but it didn't. It hasn't sold.
now she bought a condo without selling that house. So where in the shit she getting all that money at?
I don't know. I wonder.
Probably one of them pig sandwiches they got on here that sends you money. The cash pig.
Right.
Yeah, apparently there's men on here that you just talk to for a little bit and maybe have a conversation with them and send them,
Brando,
Yeah,
you
he married her for
Picture
the
or
equity.
something.
you need a second job. There you go. You can be a what you call it, a pet or whatever.
Yeah, you can send him pictures of your feet.
Yes,
Right? My ingrown toenails.
and send them a picture of pink toes.
Right? Listen, times are tough.
Put little tiny
Times are rough
stilettos
and tough
on
like
them.
leather right now. Right? How you like these with barbecue sauce, baby?
Oh my gosh. Would you
I'll
like
just
that
paint my
hot?
toenails with
You like
barbecue
that hot or
sauce.
mild? Hot or mild? That's
So
terrible.
I need to know. I don't know if I heard this in Ann's live this morning or where, but I heard somewhere. I heard that Chris had a lot of money. Is that true?
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't
I
know
was
anything
listening to
anymore.
something.
Yeah, that I'm not sure on. I know, he had stopped his motivational speaking and whatnot, but
Preacher's wife
one
said,
thing
"Toe
I will
jammer
say,
clean." That is, oh Lord, that must be hurl.
yeah, but the one thing I will say about what he has done for, his life is reaching out to the teenagers and whatnot because of what had happened to him to what
yeah,
made him a quadriplegic. And,
Yep.
that is
Amen.
amazing that he could have got, he got the chance to go to the schools and reach out to these,
yes,
Kids,
high
yeah.
schoolers and stuff because, we all know we raised our kids and we know how they're like, nothing can happen to us. Like, we're untouchable.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to show, for example, what could happen from drinking and driving, it's
Yeah.
Right.
amazing. And
Did I just
that's,
hear somebody pop a top?
Hi, Linda. Nope. I
hey,
don't know what you heard. Hey,
hey,
Danielle. So,
thank you for the heart, me, Daniel.
absolutely, I did. I opened a fresh can of pop.
I heard Chris Skinner's interviews. I heard about JP's wedding. Did I miss anything? His
No,
toes. I'm
Unless you didn't
sorry.
see the picture of his
no,
toes. If you missed the picture of the toes, you missed it all.
But
no.
you don't want to see it if you haven't
It's
seen
proof that he's alien. Let's play Guess That Sound.
And I also heard that they were calling him pterodactyl feet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, thank you, Preacher Ralph, for the heart, me.
I just, it just breaks my heart. Like, there's just so many things that, so many different ways that one action affects a lot of people.
So
Yep.
my question
Right.
is,
Oh no.
I know, perfect timing always. My question is, and nobody's really talked about it because nobody's going live anymore. I get that, but Charles Randall, since
Right.
he's been back from Africa, no, but you have not seen nor heard anything about that guy.
Mm-mm.
That's
No,
He
right.
got
honey,
his cash and
he's
dipped.
hiding out.
He in the tunnels.
Yeah, he's somewhere. Hid out somewhere.
Danielle, don't look it up. Do not look the toe pictures up because it'll make you sick.
Yes, Danielle, look for the
Yeah.
toes. Look for
And
the
don't
toes.
comment on him either because you'll get a violation.
Unless you say something nice.
That's the prettiest two-toed sloth I've ever seen.
Look like a swamp creature.
She'll be right back.
Oh,
Oh,
mercy.
look for the toes. Hey, Marie. We don't know who it
Same
was.
here. He looked like an old Santa Claus. He just wasn't heavy.
Yeah, Tracy seems to think he came from the morgue and they propped him up like Weekend at Bernie's.
That's what I said on my comments.
He's probably he probably is from out of state. Doesn't know because you have to be licensed by the state, don't you?
Who knows? The
That
South.
is-
Apparently not. He probably got his license online or somebody did it for him like the day before.
He went through Glory Land and got his doctorate.
But I also heard that somebody was saying that he had preached at Solid Rock. I don't know if it was last year, but he has preached over there.
I wonder how propped up he was then.
Hey, Kat.
He is
Okay.
leaning on the thing that JP hides behind every time he does his sermons.
The pulpit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
the visuals.
it's crazy. But I just wonder if it was a real wedding or if it was just a show, because I still just cannot see it. There's a
I think
motion
they've been
wedding
married for a while.
and they have.
Yeah.
Hey, wild
I
about
mean,
that.
who knows? I mean, it can be, yeah, staged, exactly. All speculation. And that's exactly what he wanted. Everybody's talking
Yeah.
about it.
Big
All played right
distraction.
into
Let
his hand.
everybody play. Yeah. That
Well,
way he can be doing something else.
Mhm. That's why I think
Right.
that he done it yesterday so it could be all over social media, so it could be a distraction for something else that's going on.
Yeah, I did hear that a little while ago, Linda, that allegedly they did, hey Cass, they eloped or something on Friday, like as soon as the kids were graduated, it was done.
Thank you, Sandra.
Cat, that's good. He got sussed out by the DoorDash driver.
Thank you, Sandra. That's great.
Oh.
He really did. That's oh my gosh.
Well, somebody needs to get him to wear socks.
Why? Wonder why that happened, Kat.
Cat, that's funny. He gets
Yes.
sussed out over a DoorDash driver, but then you have somebody comes off the beach saying, "Oh, you guys are so cute! Congratulations!" And no sus about that.
Oh, wow. That's,
So they had to hurry up after church service to get over to the wedding, I guess, to get over to get married in time enough. Oh my goodness, crazy. Thank
maybe
you,
they just did it for the cake.
Uh,
and Tiny Tim filmed the whole time. Oh my gosh, I seen Trisha there too. She was taking her pictures.
yeah.
And
Oh,
she apparently
Trish.
didn't have her teeth in.
So what? Yeah, he does hate Allie. Because Allie's the one that caught on to what was going on, I think.
I wondered, I'm curious as to how they found out.
Well, them person
Absolutely.
pretty smart. You put their heads together, they gonna figure it out. I know Wild About Dreams. You're absolutely right. It's just something crazier and crazier every time we turn around.
Yeah, Susie probably walked outside in her wedding dress just to see how it looked outdoors and then walked back in. And somebody seen it and, oh God, they're getting married. She's got a wedding dress.
So the DoorDash driver cussed him out. I wonder why though. That's crazy.
Probably didn't want to tip him. Or her.
Yeah.
That's probably wrong. That's probably why. Probably had to bring a big old order and then he didn't want a tip or something.
Or he might have said, this isn't the right food. This is ridiculous. I'm calling the police.
So he saw Wayne and they called Allie. Okay. And we said, okay, there you go. They figured it out and then got in touch with Allie.
That's good.
You sure could, Valerie. I'm waiting on the daggum documentary. Somebody's missing out. I don't know who's going to get it, Netflix or Hulu. Somebody's missing out on the documentary.
I heard they're working on one, but how can they work on one without an ending yet?
I guess
That's probably what they're waiting for.
it's going to be a weekly series until it ends.
Yeah, really. Rando, what are you doing?
I'm trying to get the hair off my shirt.
Hey, Kenny.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
How are
Hello.
you?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I miss seeing this little group back together. How are you?
We're good. I just said I'm
We're
going
good.
to see if I can get anybody to come in.
I
Thank you.
love it.
Miss Holly was fishing. She threw out the bait. We're all here.
Yeah, and we all just bit the hook and jumped up here.
That's
But
great.
it's good to hear your voice.
Good to hear yours too.
Yes. Hey, Kat, that was funny. I will tell you, that was the all-time best when they came up for the close-ups.
Yes. It's a brave soul.
Hey, preacher
That's
wife.
absolutely what you need to have. Gotta be brave.
With those feet?
You could reach out and slap someone.
I also heard that it was a catcher's mat glove too.
Oh, Lord.
I think he
Did you
was
see it, Danielle?
Oh Lord.
She found nothing.
Oh, you haven't found? You didn't
No
find?
way. I'll send you some. You can go to Wild About Dreams. She's got one.
Yes, I heard that, Cat. So that was a plant from Allie and them that got them in there to get them live. That was a plant, Tiger Lily, that says, "No, I'm not with the party. I just love love."
That was so cool. And then Trisha's like, "Oh yes, love, love."
I love it.
I just would have started shaking my towel. Oh, I'm so sorry. The sand is blowing on your dress. OMG.
Hi, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney. You know, it'd been too bad. Well, you know what I noticed when they were taking pictures standing there? He never looked at her.
Hey, there's the toes. Look at Courtney's picture. That's his toes.
She made her profile picture as toes.
Look.
No.
Let me see. Yeah. I need to do that. I have got to do that.
Oh, you seen him get in the mail today, so he ain't in Maryland?
So he didn't fly out to Maryland. I knew that he wouldn't fly. Especially that small plane.
And that is one reason why I love Babe. Babe!
Babe.
Was it the beach house? Is that the one that was behind where they got married, Kat? Because everybody was looking for him at the Holiday Inn yesterday.
Courtney, did he have the beautiful slides on that he had on for his wedding yesterday? Listen, I think it wouldn't look as bad if he wouldn't have had them dang slides on. Just go barefooted, dude.
My ear thing fell out.
Oh, he stopped. Oh, wow.
Feet full of sand.
Well, then you know dang well he was trolling the internet last night.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I feel like his whole existence is just troll.
He's just full of himself.
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness, y'all. It's crazy. Do you think that they think that the FBI is getting close? That's why they went ahead and got married?
I don't know. That's the scary. I mean, like you said, we will never know. And it's funny because I am watching the Diddy case, so I am up every morning watching it with JLR. And I will tell you, JLR is hilarious watching the Diddy case.
Well, I want that thing
So
stay in my ear.
he gets so excited and whatnot. And he was talking about his story. He talks about because he did get picked up by the FBI when he was walking out of the grocery store, and he had no clue.
Oh, wow.
He had no clue they were coming for him. And he walked out of the grocery store, and he was surrounded.
Well,
And he talks about what it's like being in federal prison too.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I mean, I've heard what it's like.
Because he was talking about like the holidays and stuff and what they get for the holidays for a meal. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah, the food's not good.
Yeah, Miss Holly, that's why I think she was saying like she kind of wishes we would have ignored it so that they wouldn't have the satisfaction
right.
of knowing that people are talking about it.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, because like I said yesterday morning at the protest, the two vehicles had two different suitcases they were bringing inside the church.
Hmm.
That was a giveaway something was going to happen, and then that's when they started researching what was going to happen.
Yeah. Because someone said Trisha and Susie weren't there yesterday morning.
Really?
Though she was probably helping the bride get ready for her. I can't say. I'm just not going to say.
I think it might have been a distraction too, Cassandra, because I still don't think she's his type, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff is always like, oh, it could be a distraction, but at this point, I'm like, a distraction for what? Like, he's going down.
Uh-huh.
It's just,
Well, she's going to go right with him.
Jenny, we have to hope he's going down. That's the thing. We don't know what they have. Obviously, they must have something because it's this long out so far. I mean, if there wasn't, they would have dropped it a long time ago, is what my thinking is. It's just, like you said, a matter of, and just keep our fingers crossed, he does go down.
I'm thinking with the Chris thing too, they might have found the alphabet boys may have found a connection to the Chris thing too, and that's why it's taking a little bit longer.
yeah. That is just that whole, I mean, like, we already guessed that there was something off about it, but to just hear that he was being so neglected is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, I agree. It really is. The last 2 years. And the thing is, too, is they were like what Tamara said, too. She had a air mattress right by him. And why didn't he get
She's
it
full of
the night before?
She's full of crap.
Right. But why didn't he get his medicine the night before and then you turn around and give it to him the next day, knowing the effects that it has on him, and then let him wander off? Like, really?
Mhm.
Think about that.
Yeah. It's,
Oh,
yeah,
no,
that is just so tragic.
enough. That was sickening.
Kat said that she seen them at a red light and she started hollering, JP, I see you.
Okay, so I want to shed some light here since we're talking about this part of it. So, listening to the interviews and the things that I have, it's not just the air mattress on the floor and why didn't you give the meds? You have a human. Imagine yourself. You can't move anything. You have very limited ability to turn your hands. And you're completely dependent upon somebody else. And this person that you're dependent on, you think has the same feelings for you, that they're not going to let you fail, that they're loving you in sickness and in health. And you don't get the meds. Yeah, yes, it's not a reality. Take my hand. Anyway, so you haven't had a full shower. Like, we all know what it's like to miss a shower for, I don't know, a week, and we're feeling pretty grimy. We need to do this. But you're dependent on somebody else for that shower.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't had that water come down on you and wash that off of you in 2 years.
Exactly.
2 years.
Yeah, it broke my heart completely.
You have been wiped up, wiped down. And then this same person doesn't roll you over to the positions that you need to be so that you don't get those painful sores.
Yeah.
And then when you do get in your chair in the morning and you're upright and have the ability, you got to think about it. There's no home health aide coming. There's nobody coming during the day to make sure he's eaten.
No.
So imagine getting up every day in your chair and you get water left out on the counter with a straw.
And crackers.
Okay, now imagine, take it a step further. Imagine those crackers are laid out one by one so you can get your mouth down onto the counter to pull them off.
Mm.
And what happens if you get dry mouth and one gets stuck? Wonder how many times that happened.
This is heartbreaking. This just breaks my heart.
That
and
right
I also
there.
wondered
But
what
it's also
kind of
the
cruel
reality.
things she said to him as well.
Yeah, and it is the reality because we all really have to understand that this is reality of what he went through the last 2 years of his life. And then knowing about his marriage and that, the one who he, like you said, loves and finds out they're having an affair. And then he's telling a pastor of a church to stay away from his wife. I mean, just all those emotions.
Yeah.
He was still trying to be a man in that chair in doing that. And the hardest part about that is that confronting that man, knowing he knows every intimate detail of your relationship and still trying to defend yourself. I'm sorry, and it probably doesn't sound so fabulous of me, but whatever happens with the two of them, I pray that God's will gives them exactly what they've sown, maybe even tenfold.
Yeah.
Tenfold.
And yeah, I mean, and realistically speaking, how would he be able to do that unless he were able to somehow navigate getting the bottles open to his medication so that he could do it that way? I mean, I'm sure the man felt very bogged down, depressed, and just heartbroken.
Absolutely. Like it.
And
Mm,
they don't deserve any attention, honestly. They don't deserve to be talked about. Micah and Chris deserve to be talked about, lifted up, and, put out there, because they've also got tentacles out into other places and other people in the community. There are still people affected by this piss poor behavior.
mhm.
Yes, it is.
Right, McLovin?
Hey, girl, hey.
How you doing?
Honestly, I'm looking. This feels weird. I have not been in a live and like on a panel in so long. This feels
Well, you're safe here. You're safe here.
wild.
It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. No.
It's wild. All the crap going on. But,
I know, man.
I'm glad that you're all talking about all this because, Randall, Miss Holly, my Freckles, some of you know that there's people around that and involved in this that have been hurt so much, and people that are really deep into it, and the pain that they're going through over the last couple of days. It's the families involved in all of it. I think a lot of us forget that it's so real for them.
Mhm.
We talk about this like it is almost like a documentary, a never-ending documentary, and something that like you wake up every day and it's something new. And as I said today in the comments, it's going to be the longest Netflix documentary ever because it just never
Maybe.
ends. It just never ends, but it's reality for some of these people. And to speak to some people involved and the pain that they're going through.
Yeah.
It's just something that we have to remember, when we pray at night. Pray for everybody that is involved, the victims, the families, the survivors.
Yeah.
Well said and well said. I totally agree because we can joke around and whatnot, and like you said, what it comes down to in reality is how it's affected everybody around them.
Yeah.
And the thing too is we all repost, and I'm guilty as myself, and forget I have them as friends on my TikTok and don't think about it as I'm reposting this, and then I'm like, oh, this probably shouldn't have done that, because they could be scrolling and come up upon it,
Yeah.
So that's
Well, when
the thing
you
I
think about it,
too.
like knowing the intimate details, okay, so I'm sure there's more than that conversation, and I wouldn't put it past that nefarious man to have probably tried to make things worse and tell Chris something to the effect of, a real man could take care of his wife.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, I will say this. I'm not a Robbie Harvey fan anymore. Like, I will acknowledge that the man has done a lot for the case in general, I think. Like, I in my opinion, I don't know that it would be where it's at today without a lot of his work. And I will give him his flowers. But I'm not his biggest fan.
Well, and to be fair,
But that said, recently I've been able to speak with people that have been intimately involved in some of the situation, and I can understand the pressure he's put under and the emotions it takes on him. And Miss Holly, like Randall, like people that know some stuff, like it's like it emotionally drains you.
Mhm.
and
Mm-hmm.
because there's things that you can't say.
Right.
And you
And
can't
then
help.
when people tell you things,
So stop right there. I'm going to say something, and this is something that a few of us have talked about throughout this whole thing.
yeah,
We're content creators. We've got stuff, but we can't talk about it. Okay,
yeah,
but the FBI already has it. So
yeah.
why can't it be talked about? And
Well,
that's where.
here's
Well,
one thing I will say.
so let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
So that's okay, and I didn't mean to cut you off like
That's
that.
okay.
But what it is that's what gets everybody going
Yeah,
because it's all FBI already has it.
yeah,
So if the
Well,
FBI already has it, then why can't it be out there instead of saying, "Well, I have." So why even mention? Well, I have this info, but I can't talk about it. Well,
yeah,
right there, you just got everybody's attention,
yeah.
and now everybody wants to know why you can't talk about it, and that's just our nature. That's just who we are as humans.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, I can answer that. One, I will say this: I don't view myself as a content creator. I mean, I admit that I make videos, but I do that for humor. And honestly, when I started doing the videos, I started doing it when all the drama and all the TikTok started, and I was only doing it to break up the drama to make people laugh. So, but I don't view myself as a content creator. I don't break news. I don't live stream. I don't go places and say I have breaking news. However, I have recently been able to get some information, and I did say one thing that blew up. And to answer your question, I will say this: if somebody gives me information and they say you can't say this right now, or you can only say this right now,
or
then
please don't say anything.
right, or don't say anything at all, then I am loyal to that person. That's who I am.
Right,
First
and
of
I
all,
understand
first
that.
of all, that's what I do for work. But secondly, if somebody says you can only say this, or don't say this right now, or don't say anything, I believe it's important to do that. Because here's the thing:
Yeah.
some things that are said can put people in harm's way.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair here. This guy and his cronies are living like they're above the law, and they are not afraid to do whatever it takes to get to where they want to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of people that are still afraid of him and everybody that surrounds him.
And I-
So that's why we need to protect people. Now, some people will talk to you because they need to talk. I mean, talking is healing. Talking is part of the growth process, but the healing process. You know, it's hard for some of these people to just sit there and not be able to talk to anybody. So sometimes they'll just talk to you to talk. And you have to be fair to them though and protect them. So if they say to you, please don't say anything right now, like that whole, I'll be honest with you, that whole marriage thing, I know y'all are freaking out. But the reality is when I was told that he can do whatever he wants with Susie because he has to get divorced, and it's not Micah that he has to get divorced from.
Yeah.
The information I was given is from someone that would know. But that's all they wanted me to say. Now I will acknowledge and say that I wasn't sure I wanted to put it out, and I told them so, but they kept asking me to say it, and they wanted it out for a reason. And then they were going to give me a time when I could elaborate more.
And I understand.
So I agreed to do
It
that.
wasn't meant for you. It's like Robbie Harvey. That
Yeah.
is the one that absolutely drives me, and I'm sure everybody else, batshit crazy, because he goes on a story, and then he brings a tidbit that says, "Oh, well, we'll talk about that later. I can't talk about that right now." Well, why did you even bring it up?
Cliffhanger.
It is
Likes,
a cliffhanger.
Views.
It is. I agree. But here's one thing I will say though.
It's frustrating.
In my experience now with the person or the people I'm talking with, I will say this. I can't believe I'm going to utter these words. I respect what he's doing right now because I do believe there are certain people that he's protecting. But I think that he's trying to give you as much information as he can at times because I know that he knows that you want to know. But just like Rando said, it is also for clicks. It's for views. It's cliffhangers.
Well,
It's to keep you to go back for
no,
more.
it is frustrating though when he says like, "Hey, I'm gonna say this thing tonight." Doesn't say it, then he's like, "Oh, I'll do it
Yeah,
tomorrow." Or like it's like, if you're gonna say it, say it. Like just don't lead people on like that. That's
I
frustrating.
agree. He's done that several times. He has
Yeah.
absolutely.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. And then he sits there and thinks he's holier now, and that he is the only one that can put information out there. And that's not true. Anybody, there's a lot of people, not just him. You, everybody has put a lot of work into this case of Micah, and then now obviously with Chris. And a
Yeah.
lot of people have put in work, contacts. I'm going to bring up one content creator who I absolutely adore and love, and that's Leslie. I know some people don't care for her, but she's just straight out there. She
I
doesn't
like her. She tells it like it is.
I like Leslie a
right,
lot.
and she doesn't leave you hanging and
Right.
frustrated because everybody wants the information. We all want it. And
Yeah.
that's just how we are. It's just we are as humans. We want to
One of my
have
issues with
Yeah.
Robbie is that he does take content from people and he doesn't give credit.
Well,
And
Yes.
I mean,
look what he did yesterday. Okay, he was not there at Myrtle Beach with all those pictures, and then
yeah,
he turns around and throws his watermark on it.
yeah,
Like,
he
are
does.
you for real?
And I mean, and there's content creators out there that go above him. Like I will say Steph. Like Steph is very good about giving credit to people that she gets information from. I think Guru does that too but he's been careful with his commentary lately. But there's other content creators out there that will give credit where it's due. Robbie does not do that, and I think that's where he loses a lot of his credibility.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We all want to see justice served. Big old fat dish of it. I'll send out some side dishes of crow for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
I'll go to my grave saying that this marriage is not real.
It's just sham. It's probably real, like on paper. It's probably very real, but it's a sham.
the way that Susie like after the kiss like laid her head on it, like you could tell she wanted, like you could tell she was beaming. But the look on JP's face, you could tell like it was like a shit-eating grin, basically. Like he
Yes.
looked evil.
Yeah, it
He
was
had something.
and he turns around and he walks away and doesn't even hold her hand and just starts walking towards
Right.
to go up with him, leaving her behind. I mean, if that is your bride, that's not how you're going to treat her like that.
Well, I mean, even Leslie
first
said,
time.
like, she's not his type, and
Mm-mm.
he's sent text messages to people, and people that I'm talking to have said it as well. He's said it publicly, like she's too old for him. Like he's not attracted to her.
Yeah, he has said it publicly, and people posted that when he had come out with that.
I wanted you guys talk so fast.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. When Tiger Lily was bringing up like in terms of like people putting stuff out there, I think that at this point it's more so like people putting it out there knowing and wanting it to be something big for that attention. And with Robbie, he has credible sources, and so it was one of those things where I think that especially back then it was kind of like they may not have approved or liked his methods of putting out the information, but he had a large enough following for that information to get out there and to keep Micah's voice alive. And
Yeah.
again, his methods, not the greatest, but I know that, I understand why maybe family or people very close to it would want a loud megaphone to get it out there.
I agree with you.
And unfortunately, there is some negatives to that. And at the end of the day, fortunately, there is some negatives to that. And it's at the end of the day that things are going on. But
And it matters because they're living it in real life. Like,
Right.
none of
And
us
I'm
are.
so glad that it hasn't died like with the Baxter Rogers case. So that's the
Yeah.
one thing I will say about the Micah movement. We still are holding strong, bringing their names and getting it out there, even if we don't have any new information. But we are still. It seems slow, and it started to kind of die off. But then again, here we are. We're all back at it strong again. Slow, and it started to kind of die off. But then again, here we are. We're all back at it strong again, and not let that die down.
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, yeah, like for me, I just think that we should all be talking again. Like, I like this. I like the fact that everybody can get together and talk about it and bounce ideas and your thoughts. And like for me, my go-to person is Guru. Like, if I have an issue, or I go to Guru because he talks me off the cliff, you know, or he seems to know, like he just knows. And like even the whole marriage thing, when I put it out there and stuff, you know, he said some things to me, and he and I differ on some things sometimes, but he's also made me feel safe and warned me about things. So when I am told things from certain people, he's really said, "Hey, listen, like just wait a minute," you know. And I think we all need people like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
Because
I've got mine.
That guy knows everything. He's just like,
because you can get caught up in it, and then you turn around and realize all this, and then the backlash comes, and then you're like, oh, I shouldn't have, and then it's too late because it got put out there.
yeah,
I get that.
Sometimes that whip hurts.
yeah, it really, really, really does. But
I didn't have people for a while that would let me know or warn me about things, and it kind of set me up for failure. But I'm super glad that I feel like I do now have people that'll keep me informed, so I don't, you know.
he is chill, Courtney. I agree. He is chill, Courtney. I agree. Sometimes it's the chill people you got to worry about. No, I'm just kidding. No, he's like I said. He's just the person I go to because he just seems to know the right things to say, and or he's got information, or he can correct me, or lead me in the right way. You know, and
Just basically say it. He's just level-headed. That's how it is. He's just level-headed, and he can
yeah,
put it.
it's true though.
He can
Like,
put
just-
all of us. That's what's the funny thing about it. He can put everybody pretty much in check.
yeah, it's true. Level-headed. That's a good way to put it. He's just very methodical. I think it seems like, but as far as the wedding goes, though, when I looked at it, I mean, clearly, and again, people that I've talked to have said like he does everything for a reason. He does everything for show, and this was done for show. Obviously, he wanted everybody to see this. Like they didn't have to go out and do it on a beach, right? But he wanted everybody to see what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have to do it on a Sunday when he knew the protesters would get wind of it and go
Yeah.
all over social media either.
Yeah.
Normally, people don't get married on a Sunday evening,
No.
so there's a lot of things that I see that just tell me it's for show.
Oh, 100%. And like to do it so close after all these interviews are coming out and everything else, I think it was a bit of a deflection off of some of that, or they're trying to deflect it. But I don't think he grasps that all it's going to do is grab more attention. Because I think this is going to help get more national attention now. I mean, I'm sorry, dude, but your wife's been gone less than just over a year, and now you're married. Now you're married to the woman that you were having an affair with before she died.
And
And
let's face it.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Miss Holly. Go ahead. No, you.
he claimed that they wasn't even in a relationship up until what, March, when they finally
Yeah.
announced.
In court.
And that's when he said it, when they were all when his whole congregation was at the church, that they were, and that was in court when he said they were boyfriend and girlfriend.
And that he said he had to have control over that, and he had to make it a scene. And
Yes.
yeah,
Yep.
Mhm.
That's exactly it.
It's just another chess move.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gee,
He does,
I
he does
wonder.
everything for a reason.
Right. I still wonder who was supposed to meet Chris that morning. I mean, there's only been one player in this game that's openly admitted that they like to play chess.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I don't think anything. Obviously, nobody showed up, and I think that was I think that was the plan all along. But maybe to make him think that somebody was coming for sure.
And the other
So-
thing you have to think about, like you just said, with all these videos that are coming out, whose name is in all those videos? So what is he going to do? Oh, she can't have that attention. Just like Micah, when they rebuilt his church, who got all the attention? It was Micah, not him. He
Yeah.
wasn't getting it, and that's what he gets jealous. So for him to go and do this on the beach yesterday, guess what? Nobody's talking about the videos anymore. We're all talking about the wedding, and it's all focused on him again. And that's where he controls that narrative.
That's right. It got all of everybody's attention off of all the videos that has been, the audios that has been released.
Because
Yeah.
it's all about Susie in those videos. And that drives him absolutely crazy. I don't care what anybody says, it does. It drives him nuts because a female is getting attention, and he don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely right.
Hey, y'all. Camera's in here. A new day.
Hi, Camera.
Hi, Tam.
Hi there.
Hey everybody,
Hello,
Hi,
Matt.
Hey, Matt, how are ya?
doing good.
Welcome to the panel.
Yep, this would be my second time. The first time was on Tiger Lily a while back.
Yes,
Nice.
and I was honored to have that.
Hey,
That is great.
I just wanted to let you guys know, you know, I've been following the page since the beginning, just like you guys, and I've been digging, and made some friends that were local up there, and reliable sources. And so, you know, I made some pretty good discoveries. And I just want to say, if JP, if you're listening, or any of your people are listening, and you want to try to find where I'm at, go for it, because I'm armed to the hilt and I will defend myself. Anyway, let me get back to what I was saying. So I made a pretty good discovery about somebody, and I gathered up all of my information. I sent everything to True Sunlight Podcast, Fitz News, and I also sent it to the family. They haven't responded back to me, but that's okay. It's a lot to process, and they got to be protective of themselves. Well, today I got a phone number for the FBI, and so I called, and the agent that works on Micah's case is out of the office today. And so they took my name, took my phone number, said he was going to put a message on his desk. And so hopefully tomorrow he'll call me back and I can relay all of this to them. And so you guys just keep praying. You know, I haven't, there's some connections that I can't make, and that's why they need to be the ones doing it, because they can.
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing.
Yeah,
And
that's
you-
great.
You're just doing that because for the good of it, not for attention. Like you said, you never get on panel, and not there's anything wrong with sharing it on panel, but
Well, now you have to be extra cautious of who you talk to for real.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's amazing, Matthew, and I'm going to pray for you and
Yes.
and your family, and I'm just thankful for your efforts. And I'll be honest, and I'll say, Courtney will verify this. I think that I also was able to get the number today from the FBI, and I had a phone call as well. So
Awesome.
I was
And
told to
that's
say
what I'm
to
talking
them,
about right here. What you guys are doing, everybody that's collective, that is keeping her alive, and Chris Skinner too, because he is just as important as she is in this. And I want to say that's what, like right now, I love what we're doing right now. It's amazing, and we need to keep doing this, and no more being afraid, because that's basically what we're all doing, is watching our P's and Q's. And we need to keep doing this and having these conversations. It's really, really important for the families and for our sanity too.
I agree 110%. I mean, God bless Chris. I mean, the emotional pain that he must have been going through, never mind the physical. And
Correct. But the one way to honor him is, like I said a little while ago, is what he did for these teenage kids in high school, because we all have raised our kids. We all know, we even as teenagers knew we're invincible. Nothing's going to harm us. Nothing's going to hurt us. And then for him to go and have these conversations, these hard conversations with these children, and just to even reach the one child and say, hey, I need your keys. You're not getting behind that wheel. And that there is amazing, because it can traumatize a child to see someone who had went through an experience like that, and just the one, even one, and then that one goes to the other. And that's one thing about his legacy. I have the utmost respect for him to take his tragedy to bring it to these teenagers in these schools and have that hard conversation, because us as parents, hey, well, I don't want you drinking and driving, but it doesn't talk about what could happen and the results of someone getting behind that wheel and drinking,
right.
and then hurting not just themselves, other people behind, too.
Yeah. I went back and I listened to some of his YouTube like speaking engagements. Man, Chris could speak. Like, man, he was powerful, and he hit home. And I'm just glad that there's videos that's going to last forever, and live on, because I believe he's still going to be able to help people. I'm also told that Micah knew the truth about some of the stuff with Chris, and she was going to, or she had already said some things, or was going to say some things. I think the tragedy is Micah knew too much, I think. That's the tragedy.
Yeah, she's been in touch with the IRS, all the important people that she needed to be behind. And like you said, the people he surrounds himself with, that we all have to be careful about, because they're not so nice people.
What?
Yeah, kind of like the Diddy case.
Oh my Lord.
I also want to
Think
say
about it though. Go ahead, Holly.
I also want to say, if y'all want to start getting together and having discussions, this live, if as long as I'm the host, it will not be no drama in here. I'm not going to put up with no drama. And I know Tiger Lily is the same way. We will stop it in its tracks if we have lives and drama starts.
Preach.
But I am loving
Absolutely.
I'm loving this discussion, and y'all just keep on going.
Holly, I always love being in your life. It's always calm and chill, and everyone here is pretty down to earth.
Yeah, because I've been getting
Always my
messages
favorite.
a lot.
Always my
When are
second.
you going to go live? When are you going to go live? I'm like, I'm not going live.
Yeah, it's, I mean, there's a lot of us that are still very much, passionate and want to keep Micah's voice alive, but
Yes.
we've been like hurt so badly
Silenced.
because people, that's where it's hard, is like feeling like a community that talks about being against abuse, being abusive, is really hard. And so it's hard to find a space where you feel comfortable even being in the same room to talk about it, because you don't, like, it's like at the point where you don't even want to be in the same room or on panels with people that have caused harm. And so like right now I'm like,
Yeah.
this is great. Like this is great. Because I know that what the intent is, I know the heart behind it. And I mean, if that can be something that's consistent, I'm absolutely for it, because I do feel like there's still good that can be done in keeping her name out there. I do feel like the FBI has way more than we will know unless it's ever put out there. But it's still worth discussing in terms of keeping the names out there, but also figuring out how can these situations help other people, and what can we look out for in our own lives or in people we love, because coercive abuse is not something that I had ever really heard talked about until unfortunately Micah passed away.
Exactly. That is exactly it. And it's not just women, it's men too that go through it. And I'm not excluding men from it at all. And
This
it's
is
just
why I
like
love
when
you,
this thing
Valerie.
happened, well, it's just like when this all happened, I was through an alcoholic marriage, and it was abusive. Then left, met a gentleman, would not get married because if I wanted to leave, I didn't want to have to go through court, but it was verbal and not knowing. And then being gone, I've been out here now 11 years. I left with 2 suitcases out of Florida with my son, calling the police, making sure I am not going to get arrested. And thank goodness I wasn't married, because and I called the police, because what saved me, he could have done the exact same thing and took my kid, and there would have been nothing I could have done. But I stayed one step ahead of that situation and had me and him on a plane out here to Washington, to where my family was. And then finding out Micah's case and learning so much more about myself and what I've gone through, and that I'm not alone. There's so many women and men who have gone through with this coercive. And like you said, nobody ever talked about it until this case.
I don't
And
know
it's
if I've ever heard
amazing.
your. I don't know if I've ever
One thing
heard
I
your
wanted
story,
to
Tiger Lily.
one
I
thing I
haven't
wanted
really
to say was
gone
that
into it.
my hope is that, like, I believe that this marriage, or this fake, whatever it was, this sham, I believe it's going to get national attention. I do. And my hope is that the national mainstream media gets a hold of this. But like, I want, right now, I want Micah and Chris to get the same attention, because I think it ties in together. I really, 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 really do. Because I think at the end of the day, and Tamara, I'm not trying to trigger you or anything. So please, with my utmost apologies, but I need to say this. Whether or not, he did it to himself or somebody did it to him, I think that it's going to come out that she was a she-devil and that she was evil. And I think that she did not care for him, did not treat him. I think she had a hand in what happened in some manner, whether it was
100%.
whether it was emotional abuse, whether she was a part of something. But my belief is this, though, and this might, I don't think that opening it up and reinvestigating it would go as far as federal authorities if they didn't with something else going on.
To me, she gives off
Yeah.
Stepford Wives vibes. Like she has that fake, like I'm so nice
Yes.
and ideal, and then behind closed doors she removes the mask.
Yes. And I think too, Chris and Micah should definitely see the justice first for them. But I do believe that a lot of the kids who went through that sham of a school, the Jane Doe, the John Doe, or Does, they're important too.
They really are.
And same thing, we can't forget about Daddy-O. We need to really, really get that name out there too about Daddy-O.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot of victims that we don't know their names, and that's just
There's a lot
it's
more.
mind-boggling. It's truly mind-boggling, and we have the privilege of getting to know Micah's names and Chris's names, and learning who they were. But yes, there are still those that have been that are victims too. We just don't know about it yet.
There's a lot out there.
I just don't want anybody to feel like they are forgotten about, unheard of, or silenced. I want everybody to know if they went through the hallways of any structure under those people that they matter. Their voice matters.
It's just hard not to imagine that, this wasn't their plan all along, so they could end up together. And it's just a sickening, sickening story. And that's why I do want mainstream media to grab attention to it. Because I want it so that if they go out in public, they can't even sneeze without somebody being in their face. And I want them to be so uncomfortable wherever they go, no matter what they do. So they have to either stay inside and they can't come out, or they live uncomfortable or whatever. I just want them to know that no matter what they do in life, they're being watched every second of every day. Sorry, Rando.
It's okay. No, I was just thinking, that the first time that Micah filed to leave was probably around the time that she found out about the affair. And, it just got sidetracked, and I don't know. It's just ridiculous that it's taken this long. I'm sure the basis was adultery.
I honestly, I just think that there are so many people involved, because here's the thing, and this is what we got to remember. God bless Micah and Chris, but this isn't just about them. Like, there is so much going on. There are so many other crimes that have been committed, and I really truly believe that they are crossing every T, dotting every I before they move forward, because they have so many other people to investigate at the same time. And the thing is that he keeps committing crimes. Like, he keeps doing things.
Right. Like, every day's a new day. What can we do today?
Yeah. So it's a new thing so as long as it's taken, and as frustrating as it is, I believe that it's because they have so much to investigate.
I believe that too, but the only thing that frustrates me is that there are so many people that are getting physically hurt or alive. It's like, when is it enough,
It's a good point. It's a good point.
It's going to be when there's a smoking bun. We haven't had a smoking bun.
I don't know.
Nope. There's not. No, when you think about it in how things are, there's nothing that's happened to somebody immediately right now that you can connect tangible evidence to.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Nobody's got their hands caught in the cookie jar. Nobody's, been taped doing something nefarious, and there's nobody holding a weapon in their hand with the smoke coming off of it. Haha, you did it.
Hey,
That we
who's
know
talking
of.
about the message about
That we
the
know of.
News Nation and about the wedding?
Wait, say that
I'm reading
again?
a comment. I'm reading Wild About Dreams, or it's at Wild About Dreams, and it says the message only said that he would be on News Nation and talk about the wedding.
Oh, Lord. I'm so excited. I can hardly
They
wait.
said Lisa Swain said, I heard just in the nick of time will be on News Nation tonight talking about it. So,
Oh,
Yeah, I can't
a lot
imagine.
of people will hear about it.
Okay,
well,
that's good, because there you go. A lot of people watch News Nation.
but he had just about all but
Yeah.
quit talking about this case.
Mm-hmm.
But now
Well, I
something's
think
happened, so this will increase him.
he walked away because of some of the drama. He said, right? Like all the drama and everything that was going on, and he didn't want to be a part of all that.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Yeah. And he seems to be, from or at least what I've seen, he doesn't really cover things unless there's something that can really back it up. So it's like he doesn't sit around and speculate much unless like he's doing like a chatty live, but like when he's covering something, he just covers what is kind of already out there.
I
But
think he definitely is paying attention, though, even if he's not publicly like talking in groups or anything like that or about it all the time. I think he keeps up to date on it.
yeah, I mean, he does have a large following, so if he is on News Nation, then that's just going to be more ears to hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, Lisa said he was triggered due to issues with his mom. Okay,
Yeah, I
got you.
didn't know that, Lisa. Thank you for sharing that. That makes a lot of sense. For sure. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, national attention. I mean, that'll be great.
That's what we need.
For both of them, for both Chris and for Micah.
Yeah, I've heard him talk about it some. He's no contact with his mom.
I mean, who gets married and neither of them have your children there? That's saying something right there.
Yeah. That is, I can't imagine what those kids are thinking and feeling
I can't
and
even.
what they've been through, and like when you mentioned that you hope that him and her don't go anywhere without, being recognized or something said or whatever. These kids went to school and had sports, and just, I can't imagine what has probably been said to them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And just having, literally having your mom on the news and on social media and people talking about her, and then for them to go and get married, they've lost their father, and now, I mean, she's a lost soul.
I mean, who chooses an evil demon over your children? It blows my mind to me.
That's the ultimate, honestly, that move was the ultimate betrayal to her children. it just had to feel like a stab in the heart seeing all those pictures.
Yeah, and the thing is like, even back then when Chris was with us, the kids already knew, and they had a feeling, and then they denied it, and then they denied it after he passed, and then they still denied it after Micah passed, and now they're together. I mean, it was an insult to their own children's intelligence because they knew it all along.
Well,
And
as a child who was in those shoes, it's irreparable.
yeah,
That damage is done. It'll never be fixed. There's nothing that the parent can do to change it.
No.
Once you choose another adult over your children, you might as well just sign over rights to whoever, because those kids will never look at you the same again.
and in this circumstance, it's even more damning because of who he is and what he's done. It just, yeah, it makes no sense to me. I feel for all of the children involved and the pain that they must have to live with every day. I mean, Chris's children lost their father, but in effect, they lost their mother too. You know?
Exactly, they really
They
did.
probably feel like orphans now.
It's awful. Just awful.
Sadly, I can relate.
I'm sorry.
I can't really read it. Is that Jean Smith? Are you asking were her kids against JP, or is that a statement?
Well, I know that her daughter wrote that letter that was going around on the internet, so I know they didn't approve of him.
From
Right.
what
I just don't know if she's asking
Right.
were they, so that we can answer that, or if she's making a statement that they are and she already knows.
just from what I
Yeah.
just from what I know or what I heard is they were aware that JP and Susie would use the kids to meet, and the kids were not comfortable with that. The kids saw what was happening, that they were being used as pawns, as instruments, so they could use that as an excuse to spend time together. I think the kids were aware of what was going on.
Yep. I'm sorry, but
How they
that's
can sleep at night, I don't know. Like,
I didn't hear, Gene, if they did not like him. I'll be honest, I never heard that. All I heard was that they were not comfortable with the situation and being used as instruments so they could spend time together. Was it at a soccer game, Laura? I didn't know it was at a soccer game. Good for her. Good for her.
it is. It's just hard when you're dealing with someone who is the level of narcissistic that he is. It just doesn't make a difference, because all we get excited over is the rise. Oh, they got a rise out of you. Look at you. Look at how you're behaving. And they turn it against you.
Was
But
anybody really
if it,
surprised about all this, about the marriage, though? I mean,
no, it was just a matter of when.
yeah, it really was.
Exactly. And being that it was yesterday on a Sunday night, and everybody happened to be home because everybody's getting ready for a work week and stuff, why not do it then where everybody's going to be home to see it and post it like we all did? you know, and we basically, in reality, we all gave him what he wanted, you know, by getting it out there on the internet that he got married.
But the
But
funny
you know,
part was,
it's him in the butt. I think, you know, because the more attention he gets, the more it's going to hurt him. For whatever reason, he doesn't. But whenever that man does something or opens up his mouth, it ends up biting him in the butt. The funny thing is, he worries about people following him, and he worries about people, he says, stalking him or doing this and that. He's his own worst enemy.
Perpetual victim.
If he'd have kept his mouth shut and not said anything, he probably wouldn't be where he's at today.
Well, thank God he didn't.
Yeah, agreed.
Does not have the capability. And honestly, you can see it in every situation. He has played the victim, played it like a fiddle at the Grand Ole Opry, and sat back and soaked up every bit of it. Every bit of it. And then turned around and, you know, interjected himself from an outside manner into the movement here online and into our online communities.
Yeah. He has to control the narrative. And you know, it's really funny. I was saying this in Miss Holly the other night. When you listen to Susie's police interview from February, what did she do? She immediately took control of it to control the narrative. And I said,
Yep.
he taught her well. He taught her how to take control of the situation, and she controlled the narrative. And that was that was all JP.
Yes. And I don't know if it drove anybody else nuts in listening to that, but hearing that fist bang on the table for effect,
Yeah.
like,
It went to a crescendo from like a very low, chill voice to just bam. Like, it just,
full manic.
yeah.
Absolutely.
And there was a thing that she was on a video or audio in 2023 talking about it, and she was so calm, because you have to remember in 2023 they weren't together. I mean, they may have seen each other here and there, but they weren't together like they are now. And to hear her tone from 2023 to 2025 is crazy.
Yeah. But now she's under the microscope, right? And she knows it. So she went into February prepared. Like, he prepared her.
Oh,
I believe that 110%.
Hey, Tamara.
Oh yeah, because you also have to remember too, on
Hi.
this, he also was going to court for his own thing, so he had to prepare her somehow.
Yep. Hi, Tamara.
hey, Tamara.
Hey everyone, can y'all hear me?
Yes. Hi, Tamara.
Hey, I want y'all to know, since y'all are talking about this interview, I wanted y'all to talk to the star and roll in that interview. I got, remember she made me a star and roll in her little interview.
True. You did.
Yes.
I was her scapegoat, which is quite comical, to be honest. Well, actually, more than comical. It is disgusting, because the person I knew for 17 years I didn't recognize at all. So I wanted to let y'all know that. So
You know what I was really glad, Tamara, was that you put your videos out with your mom out before her full audio came out. So it was great, because when we were listening to her, we already knew the truth because of what you put out there. So we thank you for that.
Yes.
oh well, thanks for saying that. Yeah, luckily I got the audios before y'all got to hear them, right? And so I thought, well, I got proof for this. I can easily debunk all this. So, but it is sad, guys. It's sad that I had to debunk it. It's sad that I have somebody who was married to my brother who would say horrible things that are not true.
Um, that's super sad to me.
I can't
you have
I can't even imagine what you're living through, and I'm so sorry for your pain. And
Yeah.
I only have one question. It's not about the case. I don't even know if you can answer the question, but like, are the kids doing okay? Do you know if they are, or?
Well, I have connections, like insider connections that
Yeah.
and they're doing fine.
Okay.
So obviously you guys, mentioned they didn't go to the wedding. So I don't, I think earlier I saw you guys say something about, do they, or I think you said that, I don't know if they like him or not, but I mean, I can answer that question. No, they don't. So, I mean, here's the thing. Chris was very open about not liking him, and that was a widely known conversation within the family, and that includes his children. So, of course, if you think about it, after their father passes, and then all of a sudden their mother is, I call it canoodling with somebody that they knew their daddy didn't like. I mean, that's super hard to swallow.
Yeah. Like
So,
you said, it feels like the ultimate betrayal, I'm sure.
well, yeah, and then you add on to there, it's also your pastor at the time.
Yeah.
And then you add on to that, he was married at the time. So, that's not easy,
No, because you're following this man. This man is out here telling you how you should live your life, the things that you should be doing, the things that are of God, not of God. And yet we wake up daily and break half of the 10 Commandments.
Right.
But hello, McFly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just...
It summed it up. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it summed it
No,
up
you're fine.
for me. It summed it up for me when I saw got a hold of the sermon video where he called her a hot mama in the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
And y'all,
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all know this or not, but that was her first Sunday back to church after my brother died.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Oh,
that
you
was
didn't hear that? Yeah.
No, like he hadn't been gone. Oh.
that was I'll put it in perspective. That was 6 Sundays after my brother passed, and that was her first time back to attending church after 6 Sundays. And that was the 6th Sunday after he passed, and he did that on the screen.
And
I would have probably just I don't know, curled up inside of myself and would have totally just shunned the attention.
Chris
Who does
didn't
that?
attend for a while, right? And then the Sunday before everything happened, he went in just to kind of see how things were going, to see if it was everything was true that he was thinking. That's correct, right?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I missed some of it.
So before everything happened with the pool, he went one last time to church after not attending for a while because of certain things.
Yeah. So it's our family's belief so number one, let's answer this question. He did not go to church for about 3 to 4 months at all. And then, he did go that one Sunday before he passed. So he went on September 5th and he passed on September 6th. We do know that afternoon he was not in a good mood and he was having a difficult time. And we do know that, well, now we know about, so Allison Williams put her affidavit out about my brother confronting that guy, right? Well, I don't know how many people follow me that's listening right now, but I actually have another witness with proof that my brother had a conversation with somebody else as well 2 weeks, about 2 weeks to, not 2 weeks, probably more like 3 or 4 weeks before he passed. And they had a conversation, and he was telling that person as well that the pastor was hitting on his wife and he was having a really hard time. And we have proof of that. So now we have Allison Williams, and we also have another very close source to our family that has actual evidential proof of the conversation. So that happened, and so our belief is he must have attended that service because he was probably trying to let's just put it like this. He was either trying to stake his claim and go to church with his wife to say, she's mine, and show his presence. because he hadn't been going to church for months, or he either went and maybe that's when he confronted him. I don't know. I know Allison said that he confronted 2 weeks before, but you never know what happened that day when he went into the church. Does that make sense? Did everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's wild to me is he did all of this while Micah was president too.
Yeah, you know what's so weird is that one sermon, the one we were talking about with the hot mama, like right before he went into that little clip, right before that, he was talking about how, you should like not do things like that. And then he goes right into doing what, kind of like hypocritical, like what he did. It was just weird. It's hard to explain it because my memory's kind of, I'm not going to lie, guys. This whole last 48 hours has been quite overwhelming for me. So
I don't blame you. I can't imagine what your family is living through, and you're in my prayers, definitely, and all of y'all. I can't even imagine.
Well, I appreciate it, and I didn't mean to crash y'all's live or nothing, but I just wanted to.
No, not at all.
No, not at all.
I know. I think everyone here, especially, I'm sure Holly can agree that anytime you want to speak, we just like drop everything and want to listen to what you have to say.
This is a safe space, and we all would probably have a million questions for you. So,
Yeah.
but
In the words of Jason Aldean, or Luke Bryan, I think it is, you can crash our live anytime.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
And I was just about to ask, but Crystal asked as well in the comments, how can we offer you support? So I think,
Yes.
I don't know if you were in here when we were talking about it, but just, we don't want to be disrespectful to any of the victims or the victims' families that are still here to hear what people are saying, and what is the best way to be supportive and to keep his name out there in a way that is honoring to you.
Well, I guess that's a great question. So I've got a couple things, if you don't mind me, like if I can plug something, I'm going to make a little plug and let y'all know how you can go figure that out. So I have 2 YouTube channels, and I've got one that's called Chris Skinner Matters, and I've got one that's called Assure Impact. So Assure Impact is where you saw my live with me and my mom. And then on Chris Skinner Matters, I created that specifically with a video on that channel, and it's the only video on that channel, but it talks about how you guys can help me flood the Myrtle Beach Police Department with complaints about how crappy their interview process was. And so on that channel, Chris Skinner Matters, there's a video on how to do it. If you want to go check it out, that would be great. And you guys don't even have to give, just so you know, you don't have to give specifics of who you are or anything. You just have to do, what it tells you to do. But that's first and foremost. I'm trying to think what else I can have you guys help me with. Mainly just, keep supporting. I think you call yourself McLovin. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But
No.
yeah, I do.
But okay, I just want to make sure. And you said earlier something about national attention. Well, without saying too much, you better believe that this is going to end up escalating. Trust me. So just y'all be patient, because
That's
it's
great.
going to it's probably going to spread. Yeah.
That's what my prayer is.
That's what we want. That's what we want, for sure.
But the main thing you guys can do right now in the interim, and this is anybody, it doesn't even matter where you live, what state you live in, it doesn't matter. Because all you're going to do is send an email, and I gave the email addresses in my video. You just send an email with your thoughts and opinions on those horrible interviews. And not only that, I feel like the police officer was so biased, especially at the end of Susie's. It was like, oh my God, it was so offensive to me to hear a police officer say that they thought that I got something from social media. What an insult to a family member, to the fact that I'm a real life family member with real life witnesses, that's not just caught up in social media. So it was very offensive. So I'm working on them as well. So if y'all would support me, that'd be great.
That made me physically sick. And I follow all of your pages, and there's so many great ways to help her, and she has great content as far as like your like your, I don't want to say therapy, but like your positive, gosh, what am I trying to say?
Well, while you think about it, I
Yeah.
do have a question, Tamara.
Okay.
What kind of bird do you have?
Oh my gosh, did you hear it? I'm sorry. So I have a green-cheeked conure.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Is that your only one?
Yeah, I only have him, and he is so funny, and he's definitely, you know, bonded with me and my husband. So
Yeah.
Well, you
And
just
they
met the
happen. They
bird
just.
lady. You just met the bird lady because she's got birds and let alone tarantulas.
Oh,
I
you
have
do?
3
How cool is
macaws.
that?
I have 3 macaws, 2 mini and 1 blue and gold. And
Oh,
they're all, as soon as you get on a live, like they know, it's like, oh, mom's doing something. Let's be loud.
yeah, you know, that's exactly what he does. He gets all loud when he hears me talk. He's like you said, he's like a little toddler. And
Uh-huh.
I don't know if y'all can see my profile picture, but one of my favorite birds is an owl. I love owls, and
Yeah.
so that's like my
Me
bucket
too.
list bird.
Aw.
Yeah. Well, it's great, and they are. Birds are smart, more intelligent than they get credit for. So, but
That's true.
yeah, we're here to support you. I didn't know about the Chris Skinner channel. I follow your Assure, so I'll definitely
Well,
get over there on that.
Well, I just created it recently for that one video that I want everybody to get out for me. But well, is there any other questions you guys might have for me before I hop on?
I have 2. One is, Tamara, sometimes I make videos that kind of, they make fun of JP and stuff. But and if I make something that's not distasteful, can I include the links to your YouTube page so people can go there?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And
And
the other
don't
thing-
just so you know, McLovin, I like to laugh, so I like your funny videos.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Some people, you never know how they take them. So I've stayed away from Chris, but I mean, I've been going after Susie a little bit more lately. So, but the other thing I wanted to say was I'm really glad that you brought up Myrtle Beach Police and their interview, because when I listened to Susie in that interview, they missed the important questions. Like, there
Yep.
were so many questions they didn't even ask her that I thought,
Yeah.
like, how, like, anybody, like, a rookie would have known what to ask this woman,
Yeah.
And I just, the questions that they did not ask her just blew my mind. And I'm just wondering what you thought about that.
That's a great question. So listen, I don't know how many people have heard me and my mother's interview, but
I
we
have.
were the first ones to be interviewed. And if you pay attention to the beginning, that detective that you're talking about, he actually said, yeah, I was just handed this case recently and I haven't even looked into it. I haven't watched anything. I don't know anything. So can y'all just like fill me in? And I don't know if y'all paid attention, but I got really quiet for about 5 seconds because I was in disbelief that he was saying that to me. And then I went, well, I guess. So let's begin with that. My brother passed away. My brother passed away on this date and this time. And but I was very, from the very get-go of the interview, I was very annoyed because I was like, who shows up and says they're a detective to ask questions and don't even know what they're supposed to ask? And I thought that was irresponsible. And that also just made me and my mother leave the interview going, well, here we go again. I mean, they didn't do their job in 2021, and here we are in 2025. and honestly, let's talk real quick about Susie's interview for a second. So I know you guys said some of you guys have watched my Assure Impact with my mom.
Yeah.
And we kind of addressed it, but it is, sorry about my dogs, by the way. With that interview, you could tell too, like you said, that he didn't ask any pertinent questions. He didn't ask what was your relationship like with your husband at the time. You know, tell me a little bit more about your care of him. Let's talk about, you know, there's something about alleged affair. Let's discuss that. You know, how about life insurance? Do you have one? Yes or no? Like, there was nothing pertinent at all. It was just kind of like you said, it was kind of like a skit, a planned skit, and they just let her do it. They just let her do her little planned skit. So it was quite disappointing. But yeah, did y'all hear me? I'm sorry if you can't hear me.
Yeah.
No, we heard you.
Okay.
We heard you. And then
Sometimes I get an echo. Sorry.
how well do you know the gentleman that did the interview with Fitz News? That's the attorney. That was, I guess, his best friend was Chris's best friend.
Oh, how do I know him? Oh, I know him
How
really well.
I'm just how well. There's something I picked up on that. I picked up out of there, and I haven't said anything yet because I'm trying to figure out how I want to put it out there, and I haven't heard anybody else say anything about it. But I think it's a huge touching point.
Well, you
And
mean on something he said that he maybe shouldn't have said, or are you saying something
No.
that he
No. Something he said that is extremely pertinent to the situation and what did happen. That, like, it was, to me, it was a huge red flag. Like, why isn't anybody else looking at this aspect more? And,
Oh
you know,
yeah, I know
it's,
what you're talking. I already know what you're talking about. Yeah. So I will say this: that guy, you know, I never want to out any of my, you know, the witnesses for our family, but I will tell you this: he alluded, and he said that he was a very good friend of my oldest brother. My oldest brother, you know, has passed away as well, but he was a very close friend of my older brother's. And then when my older brother passed away, he became kind of buddies with Chris, and he happens to be an attorney. And he used to be a prosecutor, but now he's not doing. He stepped away from being a prosecutor, but he still is an active attorney, and so he's the one you're referring to.
yeah. I just wondered, like, how well, like, you knew them, if it was a personal thing. That way, when maybe you and I can talk,
Okay.
you know, off
Okay.
of, maybe, like, I'll message you, because if I'm wrong, I don't want to say anything.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Well.
that would be a huge help.
Okay. That sounds good.
All right, good.
Anybody else before I hop off?
I was going to say that when the officer interviewed you, Tamara, you and your mother, I could just not believe how disinterested he sounded and not wanting to even be there. Like, to me, his whole demeanor came across like this is an annoyance for him. He doesn't want to be there. And I'm just wondering if you felt that during the process.
Yeah, I did, and I'll be honest. I'm gonna be very honest on this call tonight. Is I felt more betrayed by the coroner, and the reason why is because she had contacted me multiple times outside of that interview and had told me, like, asked me to help her get witnesses. I got them all together. She even said, I know you said you heard me in my mom's live, and I even played a clip of because I recorded her. Why? Because that's the smart thing to do. And she even said in my thing that she knew that accidental was not true and that it was a lie and all that stuff. So when I walked into the interview and the guy was like, I don't know anything about it, and y'all just start talking, I just felt like where, because the coroner had told me that she was the one going to reopen the investigation. She already told me she talked to the police chief. And also in my audio that I have that y'all don't get to hear because I'm only releasing tidbits to you guys, she also assures me, how ironic is this, you guys? She also assures me that it's not going to come back on me and my mom or my family as doing anything, and that she was going to make sure of that and make sure that the kids didn't get hurt in the process, because that was our concern. Our concern was if we're going to talk vulnerably with you about the children and what the children have told us, then we want to make sure that these don't go out to the public. And she like assured me of that. So imagine when I go into the interview and imagine her rude comment. Remember the rude comment she said to me about, she asked me what accountability looked like. And I said, well, it's whatever, you know, I just want the death certificate changed and I want you to do whatever you guys want to do. And she said, well, you know, she kept on and I said to her, I said, I'm confused. I said, you had told me on the phone that you were probably going to charge her. And she did. She told me she was going to charge her because she knew she lied to the police. And I think it's weird that she kept asking me to say it. And because that's what I got. I kept getting the impression when they kept asking us over
Yeah.
and over, like they wanted us to be the bad guys. And I wouldn't give it to her. So I said to her, I said, well, I thought you said so. And then she came back and said, no, I asked you if that's what you wanted, but blah, blah, blah. Well, I already showed you on my live with my mom and I that was a lie. I mean, I have it on audio. She actually said it. And in fact, I only let y'all hear one little clip it, but she said it multiple times throughout an audio that I have. And so I have it on multiple times, not just that one clip that I played you guys. And so I think I feel a little betrayed by her, like almost like I got played or something. I don't know. It's weird.
You're referring to the part where she said that her hope was to have it wrapped up by February and have her charged?
So that was one clip out of many different like in that same conversation.
Right.
There was other parts in the conversation where she went into more detail about what she was planning to do. Okay. But yes, that conversation, what you're talking about, where she said she was going to have her charged. So I felt very, in the interview, I felt very betrayed. I felt like, well, I thought you already had a plan. Like, that's why we're here. Like, I thought, like, that's why we're here, because you had a plan. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So you and your family were never told why that didn't happen then?
No. And in fact, I honestly, it's so weird. Well, let me just say this to you guys listening. I'm no dummy, and I don't know if y'all picked up on that or not, but I am no dummy. And even after those interviews took place, I had the recording going every time I spoke with the coroner, and she actually said a lot more after the interviews. And so think about it like this. When I heard that interview with Susie, I felt even more blindsided because it does not align with anything she told me before and after the interview.
Uh-huh.
So I feel like, are they going to do something, or is this just her saying something to me just to say, like, it doesn't make any sense? But I am how do I say it like this? I am a very nice person, as y'all have seen, but I am also I'm not a weak person. And if somebody takes advantage of me, they're going to know it. And she's going to know it if she doesn't follow through. Right now, I did get confirmation from the head coroner, his name is Robert Edge. And I got confirmation that it is still active and that he is sending evidence up to FBI Quantico. That right now is what's keeping me more quiet, because I don't want to poke the bear. I don't want to make things worse.
Sure.
But at the end, if everything that's been told to me up to this point doesn't go the way that I kind of feel like they told me it would, then definitely you guys are going to get a round 2 of a bunch of audios, because I'm going to let it go. So,
well, I'm so thankful that you're not a pushover, and that that you stood up to them and you've held them accountable. I'm so thankful for that. And I know that your brother would be so proud of you.
Well, I appreciate that. It's not been easy. And guys, out of everything I could say to you guys tonight before I dip out of here, is the hardest part about me making the decision to step out was the fact that it was going to come at a cost. And the cost would be that I would potentially lose contact with my niece and nephew because of how controlling, the mom is. And that was hard. And I did not take that lightly. And I will say, the hardest part has been seeing some of the cyber bullies, putting me down about the type of aunt that I am. But I wanted to clear this up with all of you and all your viewers today. I really think it's hypocritical that JP and Susie keep trying to shame me for the aunt that I am, because let me tell you why. When my brother passed away, she disowned my kids like they were never nephews of her. I have 2 sons. and they lost their aunt the day my brother passed, and she has never been an aunt since to them. And so I think it's very hypocritical that she wants to shame me when she's not even doing her role, and she never done it. And both of my sons are very disappointed with her and very upset with her for the way that she's been. And so I'm gonna throw that out there because there's always two sides to every story. Not only that, my 17-year-old son was very close with his cousin. And as soon as I spoke out, they were told to delete and block not just me, but they were punished as well. My kids were punished as well, and they were told they can't even talk to my sons. So my sons are not even allowed to have contact with their cousins, which is not cool, right? Because I can understand if she don't want me, but she shouldn't punish everybody, and she's punished everybody. So I just want y'all to know the importance. Like, that did not come lightly. I had to really stomach the fact that this was going to cause problems, and but I feel like at the end of the day, honesty is always the right thing. I mean, if you guys know I'm big about the Bible and scripture, and all through the Bible it talks about being good with good intentions, and and being truthful. And so, and I'll add this: my brother was that way. My brother was a truthful person, and he used all of his tragedies, all of his things. He used it vulnerably, meaning he would talk about his drug use in the past, and he would talk about all the bad stuff, and he would talk about it because it helps bring awareness. And so I'm thinking of it like that I'm kind of like, utilizing his legacy and trying to do the same thing. And so I hope it's coming across that way, and I hope everybody agrees.
100%, and we're so thankful for you, for sure. I just have one question about her children then. Are they at the age now where they can make the decisions on their own? Like, are they allowed to talk to their cousins now? Because they don't live with Susie, right?
That's a good question. So, you guys, seriously, like, I'm going to answer it just like this. So, kids are 18 now, and they just graduated high school. But you got to understand, the influence is real. And when I say the influence, think about it like this. Even though you turn 18, you're still kind of, like your car is being paid for by your parents, your cell phone's being paid for by your parents. So that type of control doesn't stop just because you graduate high school on Friday. You know what I mean? And and so that's the kind of stuff that happens. And if they don't do what they're told, then those type of things get threatened. And then you were talking about the place that they live. I know there's a condo that was bought, and I'm sure everybody's aware of it. And I do believe this is my belief system. Okay. This is my opinion. I do believe it was purchased as an offering to say, this is your place to stay. This is for you guys. And that is also a way to kind of like buy cooperation to say, here's your place because I'm going to be getting married and moving on. Does that make sense?
Giant bag of guilt.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. And it's, you made the point, just because they turned 18, like, there isn't that emotional maturity that comes overnight. And this has all got to be so psychologically just confusing and traumatizing for them.
Yes. And I'm not going to lie and tell you guys that because I'm speaking out and because the truth is coming to light, I don't know this for a fact, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do feel some way towards me for that, because it is hard, right? Because, they're still young, and I'm sure they don't like seeing their dad all over the, everywhere. And honestly, I don't like it either, but I really feel like the truth always is the best policy. And I know their daddy longer than Susie knew him. I knew Chris for 39 years, and I know that he would want the truth, and he would not want definitely that guy. He wouldn't want that guy to continue lies about him. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the truth hurts. The truth hurts, but it hurts a whole lot less than it does to be told a lie to find out the truth.
Exactly.
And
the kids might be resentful or hurting.
I pray that they're not.
But when the truth comes out, over time, they're going to be thankful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
you
that's
gotta
what I pray for.
and you got to understand, Alice, that who are they around on a daily basis? I mean, think about the manipulation that happens when things are relayed. Like, so, like, for example, if they're being told, your aunt's the bad guy, your aunt's the bad guy. I mean, even though they're older, I mean, you know what I mean. There's still ways to manipulate, and
But they're also getting old enough now where they can be on this app and they can see these lives and they can hear the good things and the people and those of us that are standing up and saying that was wrong. That should have never happened. Like, if they knew, my heart, this whole situation in the very beginning, my heart went out to all the kids involved. All the kids. Because it's a terrible way to grow up. It really is. And I just wish I could just give them all a big hug, and I wish I could take them all in and just protect them, but the reality is you can't.
I mean, it's somewhat, I would say, encouraging that they don't like him already, but she is their only living parent, and so there is probably that tie, and if they are using finances and gifts to keep that connection, there is going to, if the answers come out what we all already think happened, I hope that they will see that you are doing the right thing because you are fighting for their father, and that is going to mean something.
I really hope so. But that's part of the reason why I brought my mom on that live with me, because my mom is Momo, and she was very loved by she is loved by all her grandkids, and I want to, she said to me, I want to go on a live, which I was very proud of her for, and she went on, and I think we did a pretty good job in that live, and I'm hoping that, like you said, that they saw it, and I hope that it's registering, why we're doing what we're doing. And, we even talked about how Chris used, his passion to be a motivational speaker. Like, he used all of his triumphs. And I'll be honest, if this happened to me, let's say the shoes were on the other foot and it was me and then he was still here, he would be using that in his motivational speaking stuff. That's just who he was. And so that's kind of what we're doing. We're trying to make awareness. And then there's also something else I said in my live, and I just will say it really quickly to y'all in case I hope I'm not boring you guys, but but
Not a bit.
he yeah, okay, so he in my live I did say that one of my other passions was I received a text message in about November 2024 that stated from Susie that her and her new husband were planning to have lawsuits against people for the inaccurate manner of death. Meaning, if people were to talk about something that was not on the death certificate, they were planning in the future to do lawsuits. Now, the problem with that is I can't stand behind that because I know it's not correct, and so does she. She knows it because she and I have had discussions about it, and therefore I can't stand behind that. And that's another why I decided to speak out and do this, because I will never ever in my good conscience will allow anybody to be harmed or even attempted to be harmed, even just a frivolous lawsuit. I don't want that to ever happen to anybody, especially about something that's not accurate. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So that's another one of my reasonings, and I hope that you guys can understand that, because I mean, who wants, to be honest, who wants their brothers to be, who really wants the death certificate to be that manner of death? Nobody really wants that. But at the end of the day, go ahead.
It's just another way for them to silence people. And that's really what it is. It's freedom of speech. We can talk about whatever we want. We're in the United States. That is the very first line in the Constitution.
Right.
We're a free country. We can talk about whatever we want. If we make a mistake, we make a mistake. If somebody chooses to believe somebody's idiocy, that's their mistake.
Right.
I think
Right.
I think one of the things that really irked me was when the coroner said to Susie, well, we don't understand it either, because most people are trying to convince us that it wasn't unaliving.
Yeah, so I felt very betrayed by her in that statement because of, like I already told you guys, I have so much audio of her saying totally different narratives, and and I don't understand why she said that, but I am going to deal with that. Like it is, she will hear from me, trust me, because the head coroner, the last conversation I had was I went over her into the head coroner, and the reason why I did that was because I heard that statement that you just said, and I was so disgusted that I went and had a conversation with her boss.
Good, because
Good job. I'm proud of you.
That was a slap in the face to you, to Chris, but all other victims as well. I mean, that was just disgusting and unprofessional. And I didn't understand what her motive was there. I really didn't.
Well, I think the motive is that some people are, and I got to be careful what I say, but I feel like some people lack integrity and some people have two faces, and that I would say that's my description of that situation.
Well said.
Yes. And some people can be persuaded easily, some by words and some by paper.
It would have been a different story. I would have had a different feeling on it, guys, if she would have done that from the beginning and that was a tactic to try to get her to open up. But the fact that they waited to the end and they wrapped it up and said, "Oh, we don't have anything else to ask," and then they inserted all their opinions, that's where I have a problem.
Yeah, and you couple that with the fact that they didn't ask her any tough questions, any real questions. I agree with you.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, listen, I appreciate y'all letting me come on and crash your live tonight. Thank you so much. And my husband just got home from work and he's staring at me about dinner, so I'm gonna go. And,
we're cooking, honey. I promise we're cooking.
What's for dinner, though?
I know. Well, earlier I made chicken tacos with all this stuff, and so I gotta go get it together. And he always gets home so late sometimes that I always put his away, and then he'll sit there and wait on me to go help him. And you know what? That's my role. I love doing that, so I'm gonna go do it for him and give him a hug and a kiss and tell him hello. So
that's a good dinner right there. Good for you.
Thank you for coming on and being willing to talk with us.
I have one more question, Tamara.
Okay.
Does your husband snore?
Actually, no, he does not, which is great. Why?
Miss Holly's got a husband that snores beautifully. It's like music to my ears.
Oh my gosh! Well, I don't think.
Welcome to the family.
I don't think I could be married to him if he snored. But no, I'm just kidding. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you for entertaining me tonight.
Thank you so much.
Come on anytime, okay?
Bye.
Bye.
Well, that was cool.
That was cool.
I just wouldn't be me if I didn't ask.
I get it. I understand.
That was great. She's wonderful. She really is.
Yep.
Just can only imagine the pressure on her shoulders.
I mean, to lose both brothers and for this one to turn out the way it's turning out, and she sounds so strong,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that many people could be doing what she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah. And not be a bawling mess when you get up on panel or in front of people, like to hold it together. But I guess that's why she's the mental health professional and we're not. Or at least I'm not.
Yeah, that's what she said, that Susie had sent her a message back in November of 2024 and said that she and her husband was going to sue anybody that's what she said, wasn't it? Did I misunderstand that?
Yes, that's how she said it, but I took a second to process it. I think that she may have just been referring to him now as her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like how, when you're in a relationship and you've been together for so long and you're out in public and somebody just automatically thinks you're husband and wife, so you just go with it.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like it was meant the other way, but that's just me assuming.
Courtney,
Well, they got
I
married
agree.
while back.
I agree, but the South Carolina laws seem so tight that the only people who can actually get that licensure is one of the parties.
Look how hard it was to get one for Micah and JP.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
even
gonna say, because I
Micah
know,
questioned her own marriage, the legitimacy of her own marriage.
and with Tamara and with the children, I was listening because I had to go get pizza for my granddaughters. My daughters had a, what do you call it, a allergic reaction to, she found out she's allergic to like fish, and I guess somebody had some fish or something at work, so they had to take her by ambulance because she went into whatever you call it, allergic reaction shock, and they had to take her to the hospital. So I went and got pizzas for them because they're still at the hospital. But with her children, because I know through my cousins, my two cousins don't even speak, and especially when they're my uncle had passed, and it's been 25 years that these two have never spoken to each other, which is sad.
Wow.
But these children will one day go to their aunt and say thank you because of the truth that she's speaking. And it will happen. It will happen.
I agree.
Yes.
I mean, right now, no child wants to acknowledge that one of their parents was nefarious in any way towards, their other parents' death, and nobody wants to acknowledge that right away. But once the truth comes out and they have the time, to assess it and understand it a little bit more, I agree. I think at the end of the day, they'll say thank you to their aunt, give her a big hug, and move forward. I really believe that.
Yeah, and it's just like, because the same thing is like for my two children through the two separate fathers. My son has, obviously a different dad with my ex, and then my ex-husband with my daughter. And I will tell you, the biggest thing, I never talk smack about him because that's just not right. Always told him the truth of what happened. And one day when they both came to me and said, thank you for getting us out of there, because I look at how successful they are today. And that meant the most to me, because they both are very successful. I mean, my son got his own on his own, went and bought himself a brand new spanking car, which just about threw me over the loop. But, he's 23 years old. And just got an apartment that I found out on Saturday. He's been on his own, but he was living with a friend, and then just went and got his own apartment. My daughter, she's a CNA, and she's been at the same place for over almost 20 years, and, very successful. And it's going to happen for her. And I honestly feel she made the right decision getting the truth out there instead of everybody speculating like we all have until her voice came out and started speaking, and we're hearing the truth.
Yes. I'm glad we're hearing the truth now.
I mean,
Yes.
I think, as Chris's children get older, I mean, I would think they would have questions for their mom too. Like, Mom, why didn't you get in the ambulance with Dad? Mom, why didn't you even go to the hospital with Dad? Mom, why did you wait 40 minutes? Like, so many different questions, I'm sure.
But the problem is if she's controlling the narrative, that's not going to happen until they are on their own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When they get older and they get time to assess things and see things for what they really are. I mean,
right.
I mean, all you have to do is, I like the fact that Fitz put out the full video that you can see it from the dash cam without the time skips. And I mean, the amount of time that she has gone away from the pool, she doesn't even care. And then they're coming back from her home and then out from the pool, raising her hand. I mean, that tells you who she is right there. I mean, in my opinion, she's thankful that it's over in her eyes.
Yes.
That's what she's showing, in my opinion. When I see her doing that, she's celebrating it's over. I don't have to do this.
Yes. There is a ton of body language in the dash cam footage.
Yeah, ton.
From a lot of people.
Yep.
It's like they
Sorry,
said,
I might
actions
have got a
speak
little
louder than
excited.
words.
And you know what I couldn't
You
believe?
know?
When you watch that whole thing from start to finish, the amount of traffic they allowed inside that gate, just pedestrians, everyday like they didn't put a caution tape up until just before JP arrived.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there was traffic going in and out, pedestrians, citizens. Unlike that shocked me that they didn't just cut that right off. And
Well, considering the experiences that I've had in my professional aspects, you were not allowed in that area. Like, the police department kept us away. I mean, I have discovered people that have been deceased, and it's like, I don't know, for me, there's a big giant red flag that goes off in my mind that's like, oh no, this is a bad situation, I should turn and walk away. The fact that so many people went in there to essentially gawk.
yeah. I was shocked. I was honestly shocked.
Yeah.
Because anywhere else, there would have been a cop at the gate, right? And, like, you're not going in and out. Yeah, the amount of people going in were just blowing my mind for me. And
I mean, even if it was a incident of intentional unaliving, of a nefarious nature, you know, you would not want that area contaminated. It's like, does nobody watch Law and Order or Criminal Minds or NCIS? Like, does nobody pay
Rando.
attention to all that?
Rando.
I'm sorry, what? What?
Rando. Hello.
What?
It's Myrtle Beach. Think about it. It's Myrtle Beach. The police department. Come on.
Barney Fife.
That means it's smarts for them, and they're not that smart, obviously, because it isn't just with what we've seen with Micah and Chris. You look at the Spivey case. You look at all these other cases. There was another girl, same thing. So, like I said,
Yeah.
they're not
So,
the
okay,
brightest
you're right,
light
You're
bulbs.
right. Okay, and I don't want to. I mean no negative towards anybody in the area, because, like I've said from day one, South Carolina was my target state in what is now a countdown to a year from now. Until this happened, and until I saw how much, how bad it is. But it just kind of feels like maybe a low budget crime side of Jersey Shore. That doesn't sound like ice. That sounds like chips.
It is not chips. I'm sorry. I'm putting my broccoli bag up. Smarty pants.
I can't imagine that they would have told her that she can't go in the ambulance. My opinion is that she just had no desire to be there. I mean,
yeah,
I just think, like, she wanted to prove there was a DNR. She didn't want him resuscitated, and that was it. She had no desire to be there.
Yeah.
I mean, even if she was told she couldn't go in the ambulance, there was enough people there to get her to the hospital right away.
Yeah.
And she
But there's no way I would have stood there and argued with, you're not going to keep me from him. That's weird. Till deceasement do us part. Like, there's no undying devotion. There's no. I don't know. Maybe that's because marriage to me means something sacred. But
There are
I just.
circumstances, depending on the state or the city, where they don't allow, and maybe it's the severity of something, but the point that is valid is she could have gotten to the hospital
Yeah.
ASAP.
Yeah.
Like there was no reason for her to not have. At the very least, like if she was not in the ambulance, she could have been there immediately.
Yeah.
She had a ride from the king himself.
Yeah.
Even before that, I mean, like, she could have went with somebody else as soon as the ambulance left, but she waited for him, and she just had no desire. She didn't.
I mean, and don't get me wrong, okay? Let's play devil's advocate for a second, and let's put the shoe on the other foot, and imagine what it's like to have to care for somebody in that medical capacity, day in, day out, and how that must feel, and how it might affect you over time. And then you have to deal with it for work as well, because that's your profession. Mimi, I didn't know that. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. But in the same aspect, if you're in that position, why aren't we reaching out to family members? Why aren't we reaching out to the insurance to get a home health aide, to get help, to, bring us
Exactly. Because it
respite?
is. Yeah. Without knowing what we know of her, right? Anyone that is taking care of a sick loved one, and especially, a spouse that is reliant on you, it's not easy. If she were to genuinely be talking or speaking and being like, I'm really struggling, the pressure's a lot, I'm getting burned out, like I need some assistance, totally understandable.
Yeah.
Totally understandable. But the way she spoke about him was like he was a 1,000-pound weight
Yep.
that she couldn't wait to get rid of.
Yeah. First, let me say, Mimi, thank God that she's doing well now. So praise the Lord for your daughter. But I agree with you. And I think, again, that was about the whole raising of the hand thing. I think it was a release for her. I think she just felt like, I'm free.
Yeah.
That's how I felt, because she, even if they said, no, you can't come in this ambulance, she could have gone there another way. But it's not just that. She told them that he didn't even have family living in Myrtle Beach. Like, she deliberately wanted him to be alone. She didn't want anybody there that was going to potentially save his life.
And
That's
and
what I
like you
think.
she said she had no family. He had no family, but that's why we all know that, because what the kids don't live in Myrtle Beach. That's his family.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, because I just I'm getting off.
I think the one part I'm always confused at was, like, where was his father during all this, though? Like, if he lived at the home, was he home? Like, I didn't see
But
him.
we don't know what capacity he was in, because is he not, does he not have issues of the elderly nature
Well,
anyway?
I knew he had some sort of illness, but I didn't know if he was mobile or not.
I question that. I mean, I
apparently
don't
he
know
would
how much
from
help.
time to time with Chris, like getting, putting the Susie once every 3 months, getting him water or whatever, but I don't know how mobile he was. You're
Yeah,
right,
that
Gabby,
would
she
be a
didn't.
question for Tamra.
You're right, Gabby. She didn't want anybody to tell them that there was no idea on it. She didn't want anybody that would potentially save himself. And that's what it was for me.
Well, it sounds like
Donna, his
had
wheelchair,
access to
he'd been in
support
there
if she
because
wanted it.
right. And Donna, for him to be in a wheelchair, he was involved in a really bad car accident with a friend, and that's how I want to say he was it was his early 20s, if I'm correct, 2021.
Between 21 and 24.
Yeah, that he was involved in that, and that's how he ended up being a quadriplegic from that accident.
Correct, Donna.
Yeah.
I didn't know his dad.
Chris
his
was
dad.
the one.
Oh, she's talking about his dad, not Chris.
I didn't know
I
his
thought she
dad
was
was
talking
in a
about
wheelchair.
Chris.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
She's talking
Yeah,
about
no.
Chris's dad.
This is like renting a new apartment. Like, we haven't done this in so long. I feel like we're all bumping each other in the hall.
We're all very excited. Like, what did you do
Yes.
this summer? What did you do this summer? Oh my goodness.
Right. Yes, Monica. He was a quad, but they did get him on the surfboards. And if you've paid attention to any of those videos, there was a team of people to be there with him, because if a wave turned that thing over, I mean, just, I don't know how many of you guys know people who are incapacitated to that nature or have experience with it, but they're also more prone to having, like when they get sick and they can get pneumonia, and it just, I don't know, I feel like when those things happen, it weakens their immune system.
So we're talking about Chris, right? He was a quad surfer?
Yes.
So that's
You've
the
seen the
one thing-
videos where they have him on the board and he's like Velcroed
But that
to
was
it.
the one thing I didn't understand about his friend's interview, when he said that Chris was afraid of the water. And I'm like, but he was a surfer.
Wait, Monica, what do you mean? Partner was a quad? Am I missing something? Did she put something else?
So I couldn't figure that out. Like, I mean, he's a surfer. I mean, how are you afraid of the water if you're a surfer? Like, that lost me a little bit. The credibility there was kind of like, what does that mean? Like, I don't understand where you're going with this.
Oh,
She had a
okay.
partner.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. So, I don't know. I guess it would be like people being afraid of the spiders. How do you overcome your fear? The quickest and fastest, the best way to is
spiders
to
kill
confront
you.
it. So does water.
Fair enough. But a snake,
And only so can a tow truck, so can a Mack truck, a garbage truck, and a crazy ex-wife or ex-husband.
Yeah, Speedy Grandma, he said that Chris was afraid of water. And that's what I couldn't figure out. I'm like, but he was a surfer.
But what Donna said, he was probably afraid of not being able to save himself in the water is what he was afraid of.
Okay, so now stop it. This
Give
is
that bird a
this is what-
marshmallow or a carrot.
No, marshmallow. That's
Give him
funny.
some peanut butter or something. Oh, no.
No, they don't like peanut butter that much anymore. No, I gotta come in and turn the TV on and get some music going for her. Okay, so I'm glad that I'm not the only one that saw that. So here's my thing. Because that man said that in that interview, that there was a fear of water. So if there was a fear of water, and it was known about, and this to me would draw a very big red flag to the whole situation. I don't know if anybody's paid much attention to when they show the footage of the parrot going into the water, and the dogs are there when it first happens. You can very much tell and see that he is doing what he can to keep his head above water. So to me, that is a huge indicator that he did not want to be in that water. He did
No, I
not
agree.
intend to do that.
I mean, I wanted to ask Tamara. I wanted to ask her on their whole remote thing, but I didn't want to go there. But
No, I'm not even thinking on the remote aspect. I'm thinking of just putting it into perspective.
Thank you, Matthew.
We don't know.
I think that would
Like
be.
that every.
I think that would be a natural reaction.
I don't know. I don't think so, because if that's like saying it'd be a natural reaction to when you Kurt Cobain yourself at the last second, you try and move your head.
Yeah, maybe.
It
I
doesn't
don't
make sense.
Well, drowning is so different.
I don't know. I've never drowned.
'cause it's a slow process, right? And
Immediately.
No. I mean, you're under there and you've got essentially a concrete barrier on top of you. It's pretty quick. I mean, it's just a matter of the remaining oxygen to escape.
it's not that quick because you don't instantly die right away.
Well, it
Perish?
depends on, I mean, if you if you are holding your breath, like if I go underwater and I hold my breath, sure, like I'm not gonna drown right away. But if I'm underwater unexpectedly and I don't have anything to do except inhale, then it's going to be a lot quicker.
It's gonna be a lot slower.
Okay,
Pew pew.
so is
Well,
anybody?
yes, it will be slower than that. In terms to the remote, though, she did confirm that she found out that his wheelchair did have remote capabilities.
Yeah, she did say that earlier, and even in her video, she touched on it, but she didn't. She didn't go in depth about it, but that's why I wanted to ask her. You know, if she's still hanging on to that at all, or if she's still thinking about that a little bit. Because in my opinion, again, I don't think they send it to the FBI if it's just about an unaliving, a self-inflicted unaliving. I just don't.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that she absolutely feels that that's not what it was.
Yeah.
That's true. What she said. His lungs were weaker than someone without his injuries, because you have to remember he was declining, so that his lungs weren't at capacity as what, and without not having declining.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say.
I mean,
It
either
just
way,
was an easy
yes,
target.
it's not fat. It's not immediate. Like, yes, like it is not immediate either way. And so I could see a person, maybe changing their mind right after.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
It's just, like there's just too much surrounding all of it to even think
Like
that
they're so depressed and so distraught, but maybe even just the impact of the temperature of the water kind of woke them up and said, "Whoa, what am I doing?" kind of thing. Like I don't
know, Damien. Who are you?
But you also have to remember too, she gave him his medication that morning also, that he didn't get from the night before.
Yeah,
So he was drowsy.
That bothered me when she said, like, he forgot to take his medication, and I forgot to give it. Well, no, he didn't forget to take it. Like,
you forgot
to give it to him. He's not taking it.
I'm not even going to say it's a forget. You didn't administer.
Yeah.
No.
That was a choice.
I think it was. When you look at the whole timeline, I think there was a reason behind all of that.
Yeah.
They may have, Courtney, if the FBI, or if it's escalating to
If
the
they
FBI.
still have it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Well, the chair itself was donated, right?
Yeah.
They got rid of it right away.
Immediately. Which is also weird, right? There's just so much to these things that add up, and I mean, again, they know more than we do, and if what we see is off, then what they have is probably even more.
Yeah, it was evidence, right? So they had to get rid of it, just like JP getting Micah cremated right away. Like, it was the evidence, so get rid of it as soon as possible.
App records don't disappear, especially not after 4 to 5 years.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing is they're trying to
wait.
Not sure.
They found it, so they actually have the actual chair. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's a good question, Donna Mama.
That wouldn't surprise me in the least. That's a good point.
That is amazing. If they found it, that is amazing.
Really?
Man, if that chair could talk.
I figured they would know who it was donated to, but
if they found it, maybe that's why the FBI is getting involved.
So the one thing I'll say about Anne is, I mean, she's done a lot of deep diving into the chairs and everything, and she said that there's really no memory involved in the chair, though. So I don't know how that works.
That's great, TT. I believe that there should be tells within that chair. Man.
But you also have to remember whoever had it donated, if they did anything, to upgrade it or anything like that. I'm just putting that out there.
Because it
Oh,
has
but they can test it now. What you got in the microwave?
I don't have nothing. I was timing something.
Oh, well, did it work?
Yeah, it worked.
But I mean, there was those messages or those rumors out there that JP would offer to help with his chair and said how cool it would be to operate it and things like that. So, I mean,
Sinister.
But is it possible that when he went to bed, that when Chris went to bed, JP was there at some point, and had access to the chair? I mean, I don't know, or somebody had access to it. Like, it just.
In my opinion, I don't think he was there because the way how him and Micah came running up after, to be there on that.
Oh, I thought
Granted,
it
we don't
was.
have Micah here to say that, but you have to also kind of look at the other things. As much as we all wish, maybe that could have been the answer.
No,
but
I
then
I didn't mean there that day. I meant like,
Right.
did he go to the home at
Right.
some point and fiddle with the chair?
Correct.
That's what I meant.
Like to help her out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Or
make
under
sure
the
it works or
pretense of
whatever.
it.
Because I don't think, I don't think an app was used. Like, I think there was other things that were used for it, and
It's possible. I mean, there's a whole world of possibilities. And at this point, anything's possible.
And it's kind of like what someone said earlier in this conversation regarding Chris. Not one of us can actually say, living in her situation in 21 years taking care of, and granted, yes, there is help out there that she could have reached out because of her profession, and she stated that in her interview and made very clear of her profession that she knew she could have reached out to have a home health care come in and help her on that,
yeah.
It's a $70,000 chair. You have an app when you're setting it up. Yeah. I mean, probably like for installation and stuff. If it costs that much.
Yeah, but if you read all the directions and everything on it, all the specs, they're all upgrades, right? So you have to upgrade it too. So it depends on what.
Yeah, and someone has it posted too. Somebody has all the things about that chair.
But
Yes,
again,
not.
Yes.
But again, it depends on
Yeah.
what upgrades you have to the chair. So
Does anyone know if Tamara had spoken at all if there was a noticeable shift? Like, was Susie always the way that she was the last couple of years, or was there a shift? Because it sounded like she only, not, I don't want to say only because the neglect is 2 years, but it started and lasted for a couple of years, right?
I can't imagine that Susie was always like that. I imagine that over time, the task daily probably became burdensome, and at some point she probably resented him but couldn't vocalize it.
Right.
I mean, factor in that she was doing it all day at work as well.
Right.
Well, and
I
also
do this all day at work and I gotta go home and do it too.
Yeah. But also,
What was
the
I
effect
thinking?
of JP?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that she is, and like at this point, but I can see his manipulation, and we saw what he did with Micah. Just it's screwed up all the way around. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Jen. Is like JP in her ear, and then probably capitalizing on that exhaustion
Yeah.
that she had and what he would likely say. I mean, the man had a wife, left his wife for Micah, had Micah, but then had Susie, but
Yeah.
still wanted Micah, but still wanted Susie.
Yeah.
And I mean, he is so manipulative.
And there's already messages out there where he's telling people that he's not attracted to Susie. I mean, Susie's got to know. Well, there won't be a next one because he'll be in jail. But I mean, it's a pattern.
Yeah.
But I think that if there was remote use, I think it was a gaming controller. JP was very big into gaming, and I think somehow that's involved.
Yeah,
That's fair.
I don't know. It's not to like remove any responsibility, but I just feel like JP is the common denominator, and I can't pretend, like, looking back, you know, and seeing ways in which I was manipulated when I was younger, like, I could see how someone, especially someone who you look to as guidance, could use your hurts or your weaknesses or what you're struggling through to worm their way in and start to scramble your brain.
It's just evil. It's pure evil.
Like, I wonder, I'm just thinking, like, I don't know that she would have went as far as she did if she didn't have JP as her
Life coach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just even just the glimpse of the videos we had when he was having conversations with Micah, like, some people put it out there thinking that we would think she was crazy, but the majority of us were like, that's literally gaslighting. And what is interesting about, so here's sort of an example. Like, it doesn't fit wholly because it didn't go this far, but I was visiting with a friend last week, and that friend knew the person who had groomed me. And we had a conversation, and we were talking about how, you know, our childhoods and the certain things that we went through shaped us, and how for her, she very much became a person that is severe. She can cut someone off in 2 seconds and not feel sorry about it. For me, the similar trauma that I had, I became more codependent, and I was more so don't leave me, don't abandon me kind of person. So I was very susceptible to someone who was much older than me and started grooming me while I was still a minor, and he was 30. And that relationship went on for 5 years. And when that relationship ended and she was a part of that time, she's like, did you still talk to him after? And she asked me this last week. And I said, yeah, I did. You still talk to him after? And she asked me this last week. And I said, yeah, I did. I did, until where seeing his name pop up on my phone made me feel like I wanted to throw up. But in that interim, even though it was wrong, even though I knew what he was doing was abusive and it hurt, you will do things because they just get into your brain. And until you can kind of get away from it and have far enough distance to kind of having some distance. And then you have Susie, who's in an incredible, I realized that was very ADHD, but my point is like, there's things that we look at when we're not in a situation and we think, well, if that were me, I would do XYZ, or why would you stay, or how could this happen? But when you're in it, it's just so like what they can do to you, and the coercive control of it all, the gaslighting of it all, just changes your brain. And
Yeah,
it
when you're
takes a
in it,
long
you
time.
don't know.
Yeah.
You don't realize it until you either have things that happen and wear you down and you start seeing things and can put stuff into perspective, or something happens and you're out of it and people shed light on it, or people shed light on it while you're in it and somebody figures out that one way to get to you, to pull the blinder back for just a minute, and it gives you an idea, and then you get curious and you start looking
Mm-hmm.
and you research.
Yeah.
Because I had no idea. Through my oldest daughter, her dad, I did not think at all that what transpired between us was quote unquote abusive. I believed that abusive was for, physical fights and being knocked around the room. And then when I spent 15 years in coercive control, when he left at the end, and literally my journey started on Google, that all I typed in was, why is my husband cheating on me? Just because out of a moment of desperation, I'm like, let's just see what Google says. And that just brought up, a plethora full of information. And that's where it started for me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's in one of the things I was going to point out, and then my brain gets distracted, is my friend also said he had tried to isolate me from the people that knew me, and obviously we now know what that looks like. But then, I don't even know that I knew what Google was at that point in my life. And she's like, it's just so crazy, because she's like, of course, like you were my best friend, or you are my best friend. But when he called to tell me all these things, like, about you, it made sense, so we wanted to have an intervention, and so they really thought that I was like losing it. But then once they got us both together in a room and started, like, for the first time, them questioning things, is when they saw his version, like, that it faltered, like he started
The dynamic.
faltering. Yeah. Where I'm like, yeah, I probably did seem crazy. I probably did seem kind of manic, like, because I was being so abused mentally that I became reactive. And I didn't know that there was a term for that it was reactive abuse. I just believed, oh, I must be abusive, when really it was reacting to the gaslighting. And I just think back to just so many moments where he would do or say something intentionally right before being around people that would upset me enough that people could tell that something was wrong with me, but then I couldn't say anything because I couldn't talk about it. And so then they would think that there was something wrong with me. And it's like just these things that add up over time. And I mean, he even convinced me that the SA abuse was my fault. Like, that's how you get to the point where it's so deep that they have you convinced that everything bad that happens is your fault. So no, you don't get up and walk away. You don't get up and walk away, because he would say over and over, you will never have someone as good as me. You're lucky that I'm with you. You believe those things, especially if you had a childhood where you didn't feel that love and acceptance. And so I get it. When you're not in the situation, you're like, oh my goodness, this is so clear as day. Get out. But it's just not. It just, you don't even know who you are. And once you get that healing and you look back, you're like, oh my gosh, like how? But
yeah,
it is so
simply not knowing.
Hmm.
And that's one thing I'm going to chime in is what I say about this JFM movement. I have learned so much about myself through Micah's case and listening to like your story, Jenny, other people's stories. And like I say, I'm not alone,
Yeah.
but I've never been able to speak about it. And that's the one thing that I enjoy about like this group is that we can talk about it and we can realize, like you just said, after getting out of the situation and you sit back and you think about everything and like, oh my gosh, like coercive control. Look how much that has come out since a year ago today that was never talked about beforehand.
Exactly.
And it's just amazing. And that's the one thing that I miss, having the support to where like this live to come on and listen to us all have conversations. And it's just, this is what we all need. I need it. Even though it's been 10 years, I still need it. Whoops.
I'm definitely appreciative of coming on here tonight. I mean, it felt weird. It's been so long, but I'm grateful for all of you, and I'm glad that we've had the opportunity, to be honest. And it couldn't have been better timing, given what happened yesterday,
Yeah.
everything that's been going on. I will say this, like the person that I've been talking to and had given me information has just said that they just said, I can't get into too much detail, but here's a hypothetical. What if Michael really exposed him? So I think Micah didn't know what happened, and I think that's one of the reasons he's not working. And I'm excited to know that the truth is going to come out, and anybody that's held accountable for any of the nefarious things that have happened, that they're going to get punished and justice is going to come.
Absolutely. And supporting
And Miss
each other
Holly,
is
thank you
huge.
so much. Yep, exactly. And Holly, thank you so much for going live today. You have no idea. I think we
Yeah.
all didn't realize how much we needed this today.
Yeah, I think we needed it. I think it's been good for all of us.
Yeah, I do too. There, and because I just have to say it, there are people, when this all started, I felt like there was so much passion and mutual desire to want justice. And then people started sharing their stories in a way that they never had before and finding words to the experiences that they had that they didn't know even existed. And then at some point, something happened, and what was a shared experience became a weapon. And
Yeah.
people sharing their abuse in order to have community was turned around and used as a missile. And
Yeah.
I don't want to see that happen anymore. And so that is why I don't go live or participate, because it's become so painful.
Toxic.
And that's not how it should be.
I agree.
And so, if it's like this, and I know Miss Holly is no BS, so, I think this was amazing, and I'm glad that it could happen.
Yeah.
Because there's some of us that started hiding because we couldn't take it anymore.
Well, I'm just going to tell y'all this. Anytime y'all see me live, I promise it's going to be a safe space. We are not going to have no drama up in here.
I couldn't believe it. I thought I was seeing
Oh, I know.
I know. I was like, is she really live?
I know. I was scrolling and I'm like, wait a minute. And also, we also just remember, we can talk about Micah and Chris, but we also can cut up too.
That's right. Yes.
Because laughter is the best medicine also. Just remember that.
And that's what
You
makes
Uplift
know
this
I'm
group
everybody.
game.
so special. That's what makes this group so special, and I love each and every one of y'all.
I
We love
Exactly,
love
and
you
that's
you.
why
too.
I try to get. Yep, and we try to get message. That's why I try to get a message out. Lately, I've been slacking because Diddy's taken over my life at 6 a.m. in the
Oh,
Oh,
morning.
so
that case is
I
wild.
didn't know. I didn't know that you were watching that too, because I'm on JLR as well. And I
Oh,
put it on just because it's informative. He watches, the Associated Press and whatnot, and
Right, and the inner
it's
city
not.
pool is what I'm on also with him, and he needs to catch up sometimes because I'm like I'm already done reading the thing before he gets to it. But
Oh my
he
goodness.
gets he is if anybody's interested in watching it, listen to JLR. He is
Yeah,
a hoot, especially he gets really excited when something comes
yeah. He's
up.
like, "Oh, guys."
We're in 3 weeks, so today's the third week. 25 witnesses have come on. Mia was just finally got off the stand today after all day Friday and today, and I think they had one of the not security, but it was somebody from the hotel where they put out there back in 2016 with
The
Cassie where she
janitor.
got drug and stuff. Yeah, and so. But there's supposed to be more. It's yeah, he does. He cracks me
There's
up
like
every day.
14 more witnesses,
Yeah, and it's
I
interesting
think.
because you have to remember, JP's involved with the FBI, and he's had that experience. And it's interesting when he gets in and starts talking about what he went through with the FBI. So it kind of gives you an insight of what's to come for him.
Mr. Man. I mean, man, baby, boy, child.
I think I've seen that. I've been following a lot of different people on YT and on TikTok of the Diddy, but yeah. I mean, some people can't stomach it, but
It's
it's informative, and in a way it's like what Cassie kind of went through of him, of what
hmm
with Micah. In a way, you can kind of see some similarities in it.
Oh yeah, the power, the
Oh,
control, the corruption.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and the
yep.
level of power that he had to literally pay off people, pay off
Yeah.
hotels. It's just like I really hope that this is the turnaround that our entire system needs because there is
And if you
so
run across the
much
Frank
of it.
Black, run.
Right.
Yeah.
Or
Oh my
white.
goodness. Yeah.
Black or white.
There's going to be, because of this trial, though, there's going to be a lot of other names that are probably going to be going through.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. And we need to keep Mr. Trumpster out of it. I know Miss Holly's a fan, but we need to keep him out of it because he cannot be pardoned. He cannot.
No, I don't think he's going to pardon him.
no, he's not going to pardon him. He's not going to pardon him. Y'all ain't going to worry about
No.
that.
After
I think
hearing that
that's
the other day, I
literally
about
people.
freaked out.
No, he
I
ain't going to
think
pardon
that's people taking it out of context.
Absolutely. He ain't going to pardon him. Nope.
He's just one sick guy. That's all I can say. I mean, that guy is sick. There's no other way to say it. He's sick. He's evil.
Well,
Oh,
I think when he goes down, he's fixing to start running his mouth, and a bunch of them going to go down.
I don't know if Diddy will run his mouth, but it is a web.
But
I
it
think
is
Diddy
also
goes
interesting
down.
how a lot of people are finally coming forward, which is nice after all these years that are coming forward about their things. Oops.
Yes.
If Diddy goes down, he's going to sing like a canary, I think.
You think?
He's not going to go down by himself.
No.
And Diddy is dead. He done, gone.
Well, I mean, we're still waiting for people to get done from all of the Epstein files.
Right? Promises.
Well, there's a suit, a guy that apparently that filed a civil towards, I think it's Diddy, is now going after Epstein. I don't remember his name, but it was mentioned today about that.
I missed it. I did not hear that.
That's wild. Huh.
Well,
Yeah, Diddy
play
has
with
a
fire, you're gonna
lot
get
of civil
burned.
suits.
I think that's just the bottom line. You play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
I mean, the women in his life, they live with so much fear. But it seemed like a lot of motive. The power that he
Hey, did
has.
y'all see TT's thing?
No.
No.
Look into land Wayne has and where it's located.
Yep.
That's why I said we also need to keep deep diving into that guy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to go down just as well as JP.
So they flew
That's
to
gonna go.
They flew to Maryland.
go-
for it, right?
I don't know if they flew.
Courtney said she seen him check his mailbox today, so we don't think he was in the plane.
Oh, so he wasn't on the plane?
We don't think so.
Well, that's good.
Plus, y'all also have to remember he did say he hates flying. That's why it's funny he got a plane.
I think he got the plane for show.
Bitches do bitch things. Oh.
Jen, I'm reading that with very disappointment in that.
No honeymoon.
What?
I think they're gonna be in a 6x6 before too long.
Thank you, Tracy. You have a good night.
Love
I
you
will,
too. I'll
and
talk to you after a while.
Love you.
okay. Love you all.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Love you, Mimi. I have to get off here too, unfortunately.
Yeah, I gotta make some dinner. I haven't ate yet.
Not me. I
Mine
have no
just got
life. We
done.
can sit here as long as we want.
Miss Holly, you're gonna have to give me like flare notifications of like I'm going live.
Yeah, you didn't even say anything
So-
on our chat. I was just like,
It was just a spur of the moment. I said, "Oh, I'm gonna go live." I didn't figure anybody would come into my live, so I thought
She said, "What does this button do?"
look,
See, we love your
3.5
lives.
hours later, Miss Holly.
Yeah, we love your lives because they always stay straight. They always just stay like.
Yes.
has it really been 3.5 hours?
That's yeah,
Yeah.
it has actually.
Oh wow! Goodness gracious!
Man. Well,
I do love you all, and thank y'all all so much for coming in and supporting me. Y'all rock.
Oh
I love
no!
you too. What?
oh, Jeanette said, don't know if it was them, but a 9-day cruise left from Baltimore today for Bermuda.
That's what I'm saying.
Ah,
That's why I was wondering if anybody knew for sure. Because I knew a cruise
they're
went
gonna
out of
hit the triangle.
But I don't know. I have this feeling like there's just no way authorities would let them leave the country. I just have this feeling.
But the problem is he hasn't been charged with anything, so he can
I
do anything
know.
he wants
I
until
know,
he
you're
gets
right.
charged. But
You're
because
right.
of that, that's the thing he likes to throw in our face.
Yeah, you're right.
But then again, Courtney said she's seen him checking his mail today.
After the plane took off?
I don't know. That's what I'll have to see if I can't get in touch with her because she's got her messages turned off, but I'll see if I can find out.
Okay. Yeah.
What, does anybody know what time the plane took off? His dad?
I think there's somebody put a post on there of it on there.
Oh, the plane stayed in a hangar at Florence Airport last night.
That's right, because it went to Florence last night, and then it left this morning from Florence to there. Oh, she's gonna look.
Okay. All right. Well, I love you, Miss Holly. This was awesome, and hope to do it again soon.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a good one for sure.
I've enjoyed it so much.
All right. Have a great night, y'all.
You too, Jen. And then there were two.
There's 4 of us in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I was sorry. And then there were 3.
She's one of them.
My brain.
Can't talk.
No, my brain just totally didn't see Tiger Lily's picture. It's really weird.
I'm not here.
And it's dark. And I wasn't really looking.
Well, the sun's out here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Hi, Veronica. It's going down here. Okay. I see you, TT. What do you mean, Veronica? Miss Holly's in Alabama, too.
Where all the snakes are.
I'll look as soon as we get off.
McLovin thinks there's more snakes in Alabama than there are people.
Yep.
He really does.
Yep.
Thank you, TJ.
It's true.
I don't know. I found my first nope rope last week in my yard. I went to move something from being outside, and I lifted up to look in the box. I lifted the lid, and there it was, all curled up, and it poked its head up, and I'm like, oh, nope. And I made a post. I'm like, free nope rope to a good home. A milk snake.
Oh, yeah, it's still gross. Not cool.
Yeah, I don't do snakes at all.
Yeah. Oh, you got friggin' spiders, tarantulas. You can't be afraid of snakes.
Yeah, but I don't like snakes.
McLovin loves them. Just send them all.
Nope. Do not send me snakes. No snakes, no spiders, no.
My neighbor has chickens, and she said that the chickens unalive the snakes and eat them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I haven't seen that, but I know they like those. What are they called? Those little bugs? They're like crickets. Akita? No, not Akitas. That's a dog.
Cicadas.
Starts with it. Yes, and she has been feeding her chickens those lately because they're all over her ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a big cage here last year. They was everywhere.
Yeah, the chickens, they love them. It's like a treat to them.
I'm with you, Beth. I'm terrified of snakes, too.
I mean, my duck likes stink bugs.
I remember moving to Florida and living on the West Coast my whole life, and then New York, obviously. I went from Alaska to New York and then Florida. And where I was working at Goodwill there, they were telling me, you got to be really, really careful about your toilet seats. I said, what do you mean?
Don't
she goes,
even say
because
it.
snakes crawl up around in there. And I was like, oh my God. So I always left my toilet seat up and then they crawl into your, what is it, the dryer vent. Because you get those big, huge snakes, not just... I kid you not.
Not just when I was living in California when I was little. That was a big thing too, as far as the snakes go out there. I remember that.
You know I'm going to be looking at these now.
Be careful when you go to the bathroom and doing that in the
Oh,
dark.
see, yeah, I'll be looking every time now.
Just leave your seat up. And then the
You
other
don't
thing,
sit
I
down
will
to
never
pee, do you?
forget this. So also in Florida, and I'm sure, I don't know, in Alabama and all that, they get those, like at night, the little frogs. They get them all over the place. So our bathroom window had a screen on it, and it's facing the back. There's no other way. So one morning, my ex-boyfriend was getting ready for work, and I could hear something just thrashing like crazy in the bathroom. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And it was one of them little frogs that landed on the shower curtain in there, and he was freaking out over the frog. And then one night, I had gone into our bathroom, and I always had a nightlight in our bathroom. And I go in there, and there's this little tree frog sitting on the toilet seat. I was like, oh, hell no.
See, frogs I can handle. And to answer your
Oh,
question,
yeah.
Randall, no, I don't sit to pee, but I have to do the occasional number 2 every now and then. So, last thing I need is a little kiss from a slithery snake coming up the toilet bowl.
But if you gotta go number 2, you can just put the toilet seat down. That way, it's not all curled up around your toilet there.
Oh, I can't even. Now I'm gonna. And the dryer vent, you
You're
said, now I
welcome.
gotta look at the dryer
It's
vent.
true, though. It's true. And then I hated our place because our vents were on the floor for our AC and stuff and not up on the ceiling like they should have been. So I always worried about those things slithering up through the vents.
I never thought about the vent, but now you're gonna have me paranoid. I'm gonna be looking all the time.
What did I do with my water that I was drinking?
Never even thought about that.
If they want to, make it so thin, they can just cut up underneath your door.
This Holly, can I mute? I'm gonna mute you. How do I mute this Holly?
Or they really like to hang out on your door frame. On the
They
outside.
do. They do. Your screen ones. They have like we had those. Whatever they call it, corn snakes. And there was one that was on our screen door. And I was like, oh, heck no. And I called my neighbor and I said, you need to get up here now. And he's like, why? I said, there's this little snake up above my door, but you need to get it out of here. Oh. Because, I mean, those things can get big.
Nope.
Well, at least we got everybody laughing for a little bit.
There's nothing funny about a snake.
We got McLovin paranoid now.
Oh yeah.
He ain't laughing.
You think I'm kidding? Next time I'm doing laundry, I'm checking all the vents and stuff now.
Well, they curl up in your dryer vent thing. You like it back behind your dryer thing. They coil up there, so that's what you have to be careful
Well,
about.
I guess my daughters are doing laundry from now on.
Where are you at?
North Carolina.
Oh yeah, you get the yeah.
Not as bad as Alabama, but
No, you get them big, huge snakes. They're bigger than North.
Do you get those long black ones that like slither and half their body just like peeks up out of the grass?
I've seen some long black ones.
Yeah, because in Florida we'd get them and they'd intertwine through the chain link fence and it just
Yeah. Just get right up underneath your door.
I know they're harmless, but man, they are some ugly things. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Peaches. That's what I was saying in Florida, and I'd never seen big, huge bugs
The copperhead
in Florida in your plants, and I was just like, well, won't be gardening here in Florida.
It's the copperheads that are common. Like, I'm just not. You know what? No snakes at all. Just none.
Well, then you'd need to move to Alaska because they don't have them up there because it's too cold.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I came from Canada where we didn't deal with that stuff. So when I came here, I thought people were just like, oh, they're warning me, like, watch your step, watch this, watch that. I'm like, whatever. Then I saw the first one. Oh, nope. I was done. Never going outside again. That's what I said.
Thank you, Tracy.
They're just gross and they bite you. Like, yeah, no. And then people have them on purpose for pets. What's that all?
The only one that I would consider owning is an emerald tree boa.
How about no?
Oh,
Yeah, they're super pretty and they don't do anything but sit there.
those slimy. No, no, no. You don't need no snakes.
I would never have to touch it.
It's just wrong.
Y'all for the gift.
They're like a $400 snake, so it's just completely out of my price range because if I can afford a $400 snake, I can afford a $400 tarantula that's extremely beautiful.
Hi,
Stays in a
Laura.
cage.
Sorry, Laura, I missed this. I'm about
Yeah.
an hour north of Charlotte.
Thank you, Mimi.
Did you see what Peach just said, McLovin?
No.
When she first moved down there, she had one in her new house.
Yeah, no, that's a hard no. I'd move out. I'd be like, here's the house.
I
back.
told you. See, I wasn't fibbing.
I'd be like, here are the keys. You just 30 day money back guarantee. Here you go.
Oh,
Nope.
man.
That's a hard no right there. I'd be like, breach of contract or something. You didn't tell me about snakes.
Right.
That's what I said. The same thing. I said if I saw one in the house, that's it. I am out of the state of Florida. I'm gone.
Yep. Yep. Thank you, just passing through. Thank you for the gifts. No, for reals. No, snakes are a hard no for me.
Thank you, everybody, for the gifts. I appreciate that. You don't need to do that. Just come in and have fun, and let's just tease McLovin about snakes.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. I have no shame in hiding the fact that I fear snakes. They are.
You're not the only one, though. There's a lot of men that are afraid of snakes. And what kills me is it's funny, is especially spiders.
There's just nothing positive about a snake. Nothing. People are like, oh, they're so pretty. No, they're not. They look evil. They look like they want to eat you. They're not cool.
No, I don't think they're cool either. But I promise I don't have this many snakes as you think I do down here.
And they slither like they're like just sneaky the way they move. That's sneaky. Like they're just no. Oh, I don't believe you, Miss Holly. I think you got like a whole infestation down there.
Guess what I seen today?
Probably a copperhead or something.
Nothing. I didn't see nothing today.
You stayed inside, didn't you, Miss Holly?
No, I came home today.
Oh, that's right. You did come home today. That's right. Well, you were in a car all day. Of course you didn't see one.
Well, I mean, if I've got it, if there's as many down here as you say there is, they all over the road. I could have seen some on the road.
Hey, Alabama traffic always swerving snakes on the highway.
In Florida, you
TJ,
just got to
we
worry about
are-
gators taking over your road.
We've determined that it's more than likely a sham and it was just for show.
That's fair.
I think that's the general consensus after everybody talked.
Yeah, I think it was a sham. I don't even think it's legit, to be honest. So, just from what I know, anyway. But
It's a legit sham.
That's scary, Jeanette. Ooh. That's why I was telling McLovin, you have to be careful even when you open up your door to go outside. They like to get up on your door.
yeah, Jeanette, that's a hard no. That's one of those. I'm staying in today. Like, no. No, I'd be calling to work. I'd be like, I'm sorry, unless you can come remove the snake, I'm not coming in.
Oh my goodness.
Now, that would be a good
For
look
me-
on the boss's face when you call that in.
I just hope to see a jumping spider in my car when I get in.
No, that's not cool either. Why you gotta say that's not right.
Those jumpers are so little and they're so cute.
They're so fast. I can't keep.
Were you not supposed to kill him?
He'd be at the bottom of my foot so far. I'm not lying. It's true.
TJ, I do agree. You know, he did look very smug, very proud of himself. But
Yeah, he did.
it's also clearly visible.
Oh my God.
What?
She says, I thought I had a snake bite me, but it was actually a braid that fell out of somebody's head.
That's funny.
That is so terrible.
That's hilarious.
I probably would have been freaking out over that, though.
That's hilarious. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Cassandra. No, it's true. Yeah. Now I gotta check everything. I'm so paranoid now. It's like the humid weather too. You walk outside and oh no. I haven't been to my shed in over a year. I won't even open the door.
You won't even go into your shed?
Hell to the no. They like those shady places.
Oh my gosh.
I bought a new shovel because I didn't want to go to my shed.
That's crazy.
No, Cassandra, we don't. We don't.
I seriously thought that I had like a thing of buttermilk biscuits here to like make to dinner, and I look at it and it's cinnamon rolls, but I'm not sure if I can eat them. They're probably still good even if they expired in December, right?
No, throw them away.
I wouldn't.
I mean, they didn't pop open or anything. The expiration date's just a suggestion.
The yeast was probably expired.
Okay, fair. Dang it. I don't want to waste good cinnamon rolls.
Unless you want to go to the ER and sit there and have your IVs and stuff because from getting sick.
Get botulism. Dang it, I hate wasting food. Well, I guess I'll have
they were
bread and
talking
butter
about
with
that
it.
yesterday and said that that he'll be having her name in on the other side.
Oh, jeez. You mean tattooed?
Yeah, Laura was just saying something about that.
Yeah. He'll make her get it for sure because that's how he brands them.
Oh.
So I did see an article today that there's like tens of thousands of people in the United States who are just randomly having heart attacks. And they can't figure out what might be the cause.
COVID shot.
That was my consensus. I did not jab vax myself.
Couldn't be all the fast food.
No, it.
Pardon me?
Yeah, this is great. Cassandra's struggling to spell restaurant.
What's a retara? Retara.
A readeria.
What's a retara?
That's great.
Retira.
I cannot hold a kid and type at the same time. I'm sorry. I was trying to say at a restaurant I had a French dip and cheese curds. And sad thing is it was really delicious and I was looking forward to going back there.
So you ate at Rarby's.
No, it was like a bar restaurant thing on a lake. It was really pretty too.
Ooh.
It was probably old grease then, or it had to have been the cheese turds.
There was tater tots too, and you know when somebody, I don't know if you guys have ever worked fast food, but you know when you deep fry something twice, it looks kind of funny. That's what the tater tots kind of look like.
Ah, it was double dropped for the
I should've
extra
went
brown
like-
coating.
I should have went with my gut and not ate those, but
Can I have some fresh ones, please?
Wow, that's not
I
good.
know. I just hate being that person.
Not me.
Right?
If you do it nice enough, they won't spit in your food.
Yeah, I know.
That's scary.
But did it say Best Buy or
You what?
Was it a Best Buy or an expiration date?
It was an expiration date. I threw them away.
Good.
Just because, yeah, I didn't want to think about the 72 hours it takes to work out of your system. I mean, granted, that's a fast diet plan, but it's not exactly what I want to do. But biscuits sounded really good. But then again, they weren't biscuits, they're cinnamon rolls, so it don't matter. Hello?
Hello?
That was really weird. I just felt like I was stuck here by myself. It's like nobody else is talking. Oh, thank you, whoever sent more stuff. You don't have to do that.
It wasn't me.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have anything to send. Like, I'm broke, and given what's going on with me right now, I can't even buy more coins.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about
What's
it.
happening?
I went from 3 sources of finances to 1. I don't know if I have to move. And yeah, just trying to clean up so that the landlord can sell this place.
How long do you have till you supposedly have to move? That sucks.
It's one of those things that's up in the air because he's just putting the house on the market. So it depends on who buys it. And it depends on if they'll let me stay. And it depends on if they want to raise the rent.
You
And
should
I
be like,
just
hey,
need
you
one
wanna
more
do, like,
year.
a contract for deed, like. So
I
you can
just
take it?
no, he
No.
doesn't. He wants it. Just I don't know what's going on, but I just need one more year to get my youngest out of school, and then I can bounce. It's month to month. I've lived here 3 years, so this is. He just bought it. He's only owned it for 2 years himself, so it sucks. I'm just praying, and God's given me some avenues to look at and possibilities, and just hasn't brought the place yet. I love you too, Tiger Lily.
Yeah, I gotta go. My daughter's on her way in the house, and my son-in-law and them just got home, so I'm gonna jump off here. And thank you guys. Love you all, and we'll do this again.
Thank you, Tiger Lily. Talk to you
You're
later.
welcome, hon. Okay.
Yes, the lease has to be honored, but if somebody buys it and comes in and they want to put you on a lease that's their lease, it's up to me to sign it. If I don't want to sign it, they can give me 30 days.
Right.
And then we'd have to leave in that 30. So either way, it's just up in the air. And just taking it day by day because that's all I can really do.
So you're in limbo until you know when the house sells and who the new owner is, etc. Right?
Right. You know, if it's a broker, I got a better shot at staying because they would rather have the house occupied because it's a duplex. So they would only have to, rent the other side, and
Right.
mine's taken care of. Like, I'm already established. I've been here 3 years. I've been late twice, and that's it. You know, not. It's really a no-brainer, but that's if it's an investor. If it's a person who, say, is buying it for them to have somewhere to live and, make money, like they can raise my rent, and that's not going to happen either. Because if that happens, I'm definitely out, because why would I pay what I can pay for a house? I mean, I can do that now. I just have enjoyed not having to have the responsibility of fixing everything.
Is it listed already?
He should be doing it this weekend.
What's the market like there? How quickly will it go, do you think? Hello?
He's coming to look at the house, this date and this time. Okay, well, what time are you going to be here? I'm not. Well, what do you mean you're not? You're the real estate agent. You're to sell this. Like, they had me do it. So I just took them through and I pointed out, this is where the water comes in the basement. This is what doesn't work, because realistically, that's not my job. I'm not getting a cut of your money to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So forget it. And the last one, they showed up. There was 2 people scheduled for a Saturday. The first people didn't show up, and the second people did, but it was a family of 5. And I just absolutely was like, nope, sorry, you're not coming in. I'm not having 5 people traipse through my house.
I missed. What did you say the marketplace is?
I don't know. I'm not a big real estate person, so I don't honestly know.
Well, I mean, like, obviously things have gotten expensive. Like, because your neighborhood started to get really expensive.
I live in the township. Stuff out here is pretty much 100, 150,000 and up.
Yeah.
So, what are you watching on TV, Miss Holly?
I'm not watching it. It's the hubby.
The Twilight Zone, it sounds like. But, all I can do is pray about it. My kids are like, what are we going to do? And I said, it's in God's hands. It's His will. Because I don't know. I know that I'm not going to be able to rent for what I do here with the space and be able to have my animals. And the duck and the turkey were supposed to go this weekend, but she wasn't feeling well. So we are doing it, I guess, either later this week or maybe this weekend, which that needed to happen anyway, because I physically can't do it, especially in the winter. And I need to get out of this cold.
I know you're going to have to do what you have to do as far as financially goes, but it's kind of heartless to do that to a single mom, like, especially if you just need, like, a couple more years.
Yeah, but this is somebody who's getting. Thank you, Miss Holly. This is somebody who's getting married next month, and they is concerned about finances. They had a car accident a few weeks ago, and they got hit by a hit and run. Hey, honey. What is it? And now they're, for strawberry shortcake. Perfect. Thank you. But they've got hospital bills now that they have to pay, and trying to afford that with this, and I guess at least that's what I've been told. But I don't
They're
know.
gonna
It's
get a settlement out of that,
no. How are they going to get a settlement when the person left the scene?
Can I have a bowl, please?
Oh no.
It's kind of a bummer. I mean, if they had uninsured motorists, yeah. But I don't.
I'm sure there were no cameras around either to get the license plate.
Well, lucky for them, because they in turn hit somebody on a motorcycle. And there were people driving in cars, I guess, following that person on the bike. So they were able to be a witness to the police and say, yes, this was a hit and run. We witnessed it.
Yeah.
So they didn't get charged.
Did you make mixed vegetables?
Yes, I did.
To put in it?
If you want. So it's just literally, I don't know. I can't, I feel like there's something going on where he feels like he has to get out from under it quickly.
Gotcha.
I don't know what that is. I can't say.
I turned off the stove, so if you're gonna eat.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna be back down to eat them. I got 2 things of strawberries, just 1 whipped cream. If I have to get more, I'll get more.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel like maybe there's something, going on in there that
Making my way then.
just makes him feel like he has to get rid of it so fast.
I'm sorry.
How's your puppy?
Oh, he's big. He's definitely destroying things, but he is. Honestly, I don't have to worry about him running. Like the other day, I was running, and he had his back is towards my back, like watching out for me. I didn't even have to tell him to do it. He's not a runner. He doesn't pull when I take Dean on the stroller on the walk.
No, like a straw.
He's a little psycho sometimes, but I think that's just the puppy. He'll get out of that eventually.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's good that he's not a runner.
Yeah, both of my dogs. When she was a runner, my retriever's a runner, so.
Yeah.
I heard someone say, "Making my way downtown." That's what I was laughing at earlier.
Oh. Well, I guess I should probably get off here because it's time to feed everybody and it's noisy and I have dishes to wash.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta get off.
I'm gonna say goodnight as well.
Yeah. All right.
Absolutely,
All right, Miss Holly.
guys.
Love y'all.
Thank you. We love you.
Thank y'all. Love y'all. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
y'all.